TBCJ Manufacturing, Agribusiness, Land and Logistics Division Director Bill Lewis will be providing a presentation on our cattle operation. Mr. Lewis, please join us at the podium. If you're ready, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Fordyce, Mr. Lumpkin, committee members, board members. This morning I'll be doing a presentation on our beef cattle operation. I'll give an overview of the operations within that in the agribusiness, land and minerals. It's one of our 4 livestock enterprises. Beef cattle is the only enterprise that we have that we utilize solely for revenue within the agency. We have a swine program and a poultry program that we use for consumption and cost avoidance for the agency. The equine enterprise, our horses are always another part of that enterprise. We have approximately over 900 head. We do utilize those in field operation, cattle working operations, and they are as well sold for revenue. And I'll put a little pitch in. Labor Day, we'll be having another horse sale. Let me go ahead and throw that out there. We're going to be anywhere from 55 to 70 horses this year. So, all right, let me get back on beef cattle, Mr. Fordyce, so where we're at. Across the state, we have 65,000 acres that we just utilize for pastures for beef cattle. Agency encompasses 133,000, a little over 133,000 acres. A lot of that is for field crops, but our beef cattle and pasture management relate to our beef cattle herd. We have 31 livestock specialists, and we have approximately 65 inmates that we provide inmate work and training on to work with our beef cattle, our herds, in order to produce as a cattle producer within the agency. The beef cattle program is a portion, but it requires all of our agriculture departments to work with it. We have to have a farm shop to have equipment to feed. We have to have a feed mill to work the corn that we grow to feed. We have our field crops that grow that. So we work hand in hand across the board in order to make sure that we're successful in that. And as with any cattle producer, I have to mention that we have a great coordination with Texas A&M University. They work, our veterinary staff, 4 veterinarians that work for Texas A&M that help us with our beef cattle herd. With that comes 5th-year intern students in the veterinary school. So it's a great collaboration between both of us. They will provide our veterinary work for our cattle, and we are probably the largest laboratory in the state of Texas, the different kind of animals that we have, from chickens to pigs to horses, and they're able to look and provide veterinary services for all of that. Our cattle, TDCJ cattle operations, three. Cattle operations are defined as a production herd, right? What that means is a permanent herd is kept by a farmer for the sole purpose for us to produce calves. That's what we do. We have 2 seasons throughout the year. There are breeding activities, and they're divided, one in the spring, one in the fall. April the 1st to June 1st, November the 1st until January the 1st. Right? Our cattle run a 9-month gestation period, and then 279 to 287 days. Our herd consists of approximately 7,500 cattle across the board. They're maintained in production, and we average approximately 6,500 to 6,600 calves, feeder calves for sale every year. So our calves, once they're born in the spring, are pulled at 6 to 7 months. We call that weaning off the mama. In the fall, we don't do any backgrounding. Backgrounding meaning we don't keep that calf for another 3 to 5 months and put weight on that cow to sell, right, that calf to sell. Due to the high market price, I know Dr. Burrows, he's not here today, but the cattle prices and the cattle market right now are out of sight. I talked to Mr. Fordyce a lot about that and as to why we're there, but our prices, and as I get to our revenue shortly, you will see how that revenue helps the agency in the long run. Lastly, we have 320 service bulls. They're located, our bull program is located at the Ferguson unit. So as we begin to breed cows throughout the year, we will take those bulls and we'll carry them to the 10 different locations. We'll put those bulls with the cattle for them to breed. and we still utilize natural cover for our bulls, right? You'll hear a lot of people talk about artificial insemination, but our conception and calving rate with natural cover is anywhere from 90 to 92%, which is absolutely amazing. Artificial insemination, those numbers and conception rates drop considerably. So again, you will hear me talk about and refer to Mr. Fordyce. I spend a lot of time getting wisdom from him and talking about, I don't know if I can say this here, but he's like the godfather of agriculture, right? And that's why we, you know, it's kind of cool in this job to be able to work in agriculture and work in Mal and know that we're continuing a legacy before us of that. So lastly, we have our heifer development program. So once we put those bulls on the actual cattle across the state, then they calve, and all of the heifers that those cows have, we will take those heifers and send them to the East Ham unit where our heifer development program is. We will review those heifers for replacement, what we call replacement females, right? We're going to take the best of the 2,000 that we have. If you look at it kind of different, 1 through 10, we're going to take the 9s and the 10s to put back in our herd so we can use for reproduction and rebreed again. And then some of those below it we will sell as feeder cattle, right? So we're reinvesting those reproduction traits so we can produce that offspring. All of our male offspring are sold as feeder cattle that are taken to the sale. Again, they're dehorned, castrated, and in the spring we will background and put some weight on that. Our optimal weight's 500 pounds is what we want. If we background right, we can get that cow up to 700 to 800 pounds, which means when we carry it to sale, then we're going to get more money for it. Our cattle are some of the best in the state. So when we go through these heifers, we go through that to make sure that we're getting all of those traits, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, to make sure that we're producing. We want that female to go back in our herd that can reproduce another calf and not have soundness issues and those things that come with it. Our current initiatives, when we select those heifers, from genetics and dams that have a proven performance history. We're looking for longevity. We're looking for udder quality. We're looking for good milking ability, structural correctness, and a body condition score that's off the chart that we keep back into our herd. I told you a while ago the 1 through 10s, we try to keep the 9s and the 10s, the 7s and the 8s. If you'll bear with me, we'll pull a handful of those out and we'll sell them as replacement heifers on the market, meaning a farm that would like to get into the business. They're not the low end of that feeder cattle. They're there. We'll put some more weight on them, hold them back, and we'll sell them, and we'll get a lot more money, revenue, for those when they go out actually onto the market. You're talking about herd bull selection. We buy all of our bulls now. We go around the state looking for that, and we're looking for physical reproductive soundness. And you will hear a term that we utilize a lot, talking about maternal traits, right? We want a bull that was raised from a mama that took care of her calf. We want a female that has those maternal traits that keep and take care of her calf. Good milking ability, good udders, good disposition, all of those things, the fertility, and mainly the acceptable tolerant, right, when you talk about disposition. Our cow herd evaluation, these are the cows that are in our herd that we're selling our calves off of. So once they leave heifer development, they're bred on those cows that we're going to keep. We will send them back out to the units, and they become a part of our commercial herd, right? Then we monitor them for how many calves they're having, the soundness of the calves that they are having. During that breeding cycle of 60 days, then we'll continue to see when they come in, when they conceive a calf, and how sustainable they are for herd production over time. All right, let's go to heifer embryo transfer program. It's kind of a new process in beef cattle. I talked about natural cover for our bulls, and I talked about utilizing our bulls to breed our cattle in natural cover. We also have about 1,200 head of cattle right now that we use for the embryo program. We were selling what we call our open cows. That's cows that we couldn't get pregnant, right? and we would sell them on the open market, and we found out that a bunch of the cattle producers and buyers were buying them, taking those same cows, getting a embryo, which is an egg that has been fertilized by a male, and then putting that egg in those cows that couldn't have a baby as a host cow, and then having a calf. So the more we looked at it, and the more we talked about it, the more I talked to Mr. Fordyce about it. We started this not too long, about 3 years ago, and I'm like, why sell those cows if we can do it? It'll be cheaper. So we started that with 300, we're at 1,150, and the thing about that is, with that embryo, you can determine the genetics of what you want that calf to look like. The genetics of maternal traits, the genetics of soundness, all of that. So when you have a calf that comes out, you've got an elite heifer that comes through. We're also taking some of those that are coming out for the bull program, utilizing them as well. We do utilize this program, and this program only, is artificial insemination to put those embryos into our cattle and as part of that process. We're experimenting now with the bull embryos. We go out and buy our bulls right now, about 320 of them. We're experimenting with the bull embryo program to try to create our own bulls, to save, number one, the money on those bulls. Number two, I can create the bull that I need to put on a cow based on buying it from the open market. And hopefully, our goal is, once we produce those elite cattle, then we can take our own eggs, we don't have to buy them, and we can breed our own cattle with those, or put them on the market to sell, right? Internal reclaiming, reallocation of land. It takes a lot of land for cattle to be on, and pasture management, pasture rotation, when you have those cattle on those lands. Old saying, and my grandfather preached it to me, you gotta be a grass farmer before you can be a cattle farmer. You have to make sure that your pastures are right. You have to make sure that we're fertilizing. That is one of the cheapest way to feed our cows with the most nutrients. And if anybody has bought feed lately, it is expensive and can be a very high part of your cost for nutrition in cattle. So we've taken some land, we're taking it down, deforestation, cutting trees down, creating more pasture management, reallocating land of actual field crops that we had that didn't turn out the way we need to, and turning that into pasture management in order to put more cows on so we can continue to increase the herd. I stay in contact with Mr. Fordyce. We were talking the other day about increasing the herd. Now's not a good time to increase the herd when you're getting the prices that you're getting off of cattle right now. When those prices come down, then that's the time that you work at. We're trying to slowly but gently, 300 to 500 is what we're trying to hold back every year to keep from selling on those elite beef cattle that we have. Management and sales strategies. These are just a few things. As the industry changes, the cattle industry and the agriculture industry changes, we have to change to be with it. We're in contact, continue to work with Texas A&M, continue to work with cattle producers to see what that looks like for the change in that cattle industry, the trends that are going in that industry, and what we're doing. And I'll go down a list. Sale of replacement heifers, I talked a little bit about that. Feeder cattle, you will hear me talk about that term. That's cows that are sold directly that are going to end up in the feedlots. Those 7s and 8s I was talking about a while ago, if you can put some weight on them and sell them, you can get up to $1,000 to $2,000 a head more as selling them as replacement cattle. You will see the term 3 and 1 in pairs. That relates specifically to our show cattle, right? 3 and 1 means you have a mama cow, she has a baby, the mama cow is pregnant, so you're getting 3 for 1, and your pairs. We breed that group strictly for show cattle that we carry to Houston and Fort Worth, and before it's over with, when we sell those cattle, even if we don't win our division, we'll get about 3 times what we would originally get if we sold those on the fair market value. Alleviated the backgrounding for the fall herd, meaning after we take that calf off the mama, 7 to 8 months, and we don't spend any time putting feed, money, and effort into that calf, getting that extra poundage, because you can make enough money on the front end to cut that cost on the back end. Weaning calves, the first-time heifers, 45 to 60, right? The first-time heifers, her first-time breeding. We'll be breeding her again fairly quickly, so we'll pull those calves, give her an opportunity to get nutrition, to get rested back up, because it's the first time that she's done that, and we found that she will come in quicker and that our chances of breeding are a lot greater. Real quick, the terminal herd we talked about. We have some Charolais. A terminal herd is sold strictly for the sale, right? Charolais are a bigger bonded animal with a lot more pounds, and we sell everything off of them. We'll keep some back. Right now we have 540. We've been experimenting with this. We have 150 calves on the ground right now that we'll be selling here shortly, and they're going to be about 300 to 400 pounds more than a normal production calf, which means you make more money off of that cow when you sell it, right? You're not trying to create a cow-calf production herd or a production herd. And of course, the last thing is our increased Black Angus and Brangus bulls. The market changes from time to time. 3 years ago, the market was hot with Red Angus, and everybody started buying Red Angus, and it changes. But we did a little bit. Right now, we're focusing on those black cows, those Angus cattle, Brangus cattle. No matter where you sell, whether it be Superior Livestock, those cattle will always bring you the most per pound when you're selling those. So we're focusing to ensure that we're doing that. The next page, you're going to talk about revenue real quick. And if you look at price per head, you will see that in the last 3 years, the cattle market has just went out of sight. Right now in FY26, we're at 15.3 million in cattle sales, and I still have 780 cows to sell. So that's going to put us probably close to the $18 million mark, and cattle are just out of sight right now. On average, price per pound for us is $4 to $5.50 a pound, and our sale weight's anywhere from 400 to 600 pounds on the cows that we sell. So it's just crazy right now. Future initiatives is just to strengthen our cattle program, expand that herd, and still be able to make the revenue and produce that high quality cattle that will sell for an enormous amount of revenue for the agency that goes back and helps support us in what we do. We spend a lot of time, we talk to a lot of people, the men and women out there in the beef cattle program. Mr. Kyle Weatherford, wave at him. He is our livestock guy. He is over the beef cattle program. He is over the swine program. He is over the horse program. And of course, his personal favorite is he's over the chicken program. So strong leader in agriculture, has a lot of knowledge and a lot of work ethic. Our men and women are out there. You feed and work cattle in the rain and the heat. When it's cold, you're pulling calves at whatever it is in order to get that done. Got a lot of good people doing a lot of work, and we're continuing to invest in our folks, continuing to ensure our inmates are getting that work and training, and continuing to make sure that we're providing cost avoidance and revenue for the agency. Lastly, I want to give just a real quick update on the New World Screw Worm, right? We've got, as of within the last 9 days, we've had no change. We have 11 right now in the state of Texas. They're in Zavala, LaSalle, Andrews, Gillespie, Edwards County, Tom Green County, and Sutton County, right? So we, as soon as this come out, every day at 9 a.m. we meet with Texas Department of Emergency Management on a conference call that has animal health, it has USDA, and we're getting briefed on everything that's going on around the state, right? In Edinburgh, they're coming up with a multi-million-dollar sterile fly program. They have 100 fly traps around the state of Texas that they're watching at. But how that impacts us and what we're focusing on is prevention and education. We've talked to all of our folks, brought them in, made them understand what to look for. We met with Dr. Kanezi, who's our vet, to have them look at all of our, and explain to them what that looks like. Our concern is always open wounds or flesh that fly could get in to lay an egg that creates problems for us. People tend to only think about beef cattle, but that's not true for us. We're talking about swine that are out there, and we're talking about our canine program that's out there that we have going in and out. And we're meeting with security operations, working with Mr. Guerrero and his staff to make sure that we're covering those animals that they come in. So what we're doing is making sure that we're spraying all of our horses at least twice a month, looking at all of our cattle, dipping our dogs routinely to make sure that we're doing that wound care, treatment, and there's really no other thing to do but be preventative and lay your eyes on that herd and that animal every day, because within 24 hours that fly will land, have an egg, and it can be a larva within 24 hours. Now, within 5 to 6 days untreated, that animal can be destroyed. So we're looking at those to make sure, because even if you do have a small infestation, then we'll have our veterinarians come out there. You can still kill the larva, but once they get in, they will start multiplying and they will eat flesh. Bacteria sets in. So our job is to make sure that we're laying our eyes on everything every day, talking about it. So I'm very proud of what we're doing. The communication with Texas A&M, limited animal movement. Cthulhu unit is in one of the infected zones in LaSalle County, and what that means is once they find a New World screwworm, then 12 miles in that area is now quarantined. So you can't come in and out of that area with any warm-blooded animal unless you get cleared to do so. Cthulhu's on the very end of that, which is a 500-bed facility. We don't have any beef cattle or horses there. We may carry a canine over there to do some searches, look at mail, some of that other stuff, and we've got the ability to do that, to come in and out. On the outside of that zone is a surveillance zone. That's on the outside of the infected zone. That's 8 miles wide. Briscoe unit is in there. We're continuing to monitor that. We have some horses out there, no beef cattle, no large livestock operations, but we stay in touch with them with our dogs canine program that we have out there. And as there's no New World, there's none, like I said, at any TDCJ facility. We just have to be preventative, and we have to be on point, and we have to continue to lay our eyes on our animals. So with all that being said, a little quick, I know, but I stand available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your presentation. Just have a few thoughts. First of all, I appreciate you recognizing the leadership of Mr. Fordyce in this area, and I appreciate you giving us a new name for Mr. Fordyce.
Yes, sir.
And I can only hope that he is helping you all make deals that buyers cannot refuse.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So, second, I also appreciate you recognizing Mr. Weatherford. I didn't recognize him because he cleans up pretty good for our meetings.
Yes.
I didn't recognize him without the hat and the jeans.
Yes,
but,
he washed his hair.
But we appreciate all the hard work of everyone on the team in terms of the work that they're doing, especially in light of your last comments. Third is that I also appreciate you recognizing our partners at Texas A&M, and I'm not just saying this because I married into the proud Texas A&M Fighting Aggie family, okay? But I have, and I know other members of the board have been out, Mr. Fordyce, we've been out to see the great work that's being done in conjunction with the College of Texas A&M, the Veterinary College, and to see those young people out there doing that work that you talked about is truly inspiring. So very much appreciate their partnership. And then lastly, obviously, it goes without saying that we very much appreciate all of the very careful attention to the screwworm issue, and the fact that you all have taken, first of all, that you're coordinating with the appropriate folks at the state and other state agencies in the Department of Emergency Management, but also the preventative steps that you've taken, because that was my question. And you answered, unless anybody has any other questions about it, you answered it thoroughly in terms of what we're doing to be proactive to protect the TDCJ herd. So thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's an impressive operation, unbelievable, and in the great spirit of Texas, agriculture is important, and we appreciate that. I am curious if you could touch briefly on the opportunities for our inmates to participate in this, the type of training that they get, and the value of it post-release. Did they find employment in the industry and that sort of thing?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
touch on that?
Yes, sir. We're actually, we're working with Texas A&M right now to try to come up with a vet tech actual training for our guys that are working in the beef cattle side, right? We talk about the fifth-year students that come with Texas A&M. When we work those cattle, when we palpate those cattle, when they're treating them, what we call doctoring them, our inmates are right there with them, learning from that, right? Same way with working those cows, the same way with getting out. You know, working in beef cattle in the free world is a different kind of people, right? They want to ride horses, they want to be outside, they want to be part of what nature provides to them. And we are talking to them and teaching to them on the beef cattle side of what the market looks like. Here's why we're doing what we're doing, training them to get out, providing letters of instruction if they get out to want to go to work at a ranch somewhere, whether it be Wagoneer, whether it be regardless of what it is. And that goes across the board in agriculture, right? We're doing the same thing with the poultry side. We're doing the same thing with the swine side. Actually, working with Christina right now up in the Cofield area of talking about maybe trying to get some kind of way of a college program to get these guys to get some agriculture experience. So when they do walk out the door, they have a certificate or something to help them with that. So teaching them, that's the most important part.
Any other comments from the board? If not, Billy, is that it? Any other?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, we'll conclude this program. And sure, thank you, Bill, for the presentation, and pass that word on to your staff, how good a job they're doing for the state.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned.
All right, the meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 8:27. And before we get running on this particular program, I'd like to just take a little minute, and if you'll indulge me on a quick lesson I learned years ago in the military. I had a big headquarters, and I would get wonderful summaries of enormous operations and details, and I thought, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into this. And where does it begin? And who are the people that do it? And I decided I'm going to go all the way down into the bowels of this headquarters. I'm going to go to the furthest office down in the corner, to the young person sitting in an office with no windows, working their tail off, getting information together that they could filter up through various levels until it gets to leadership and it is put into a final draft for me to review. And what you're going to see is today we're going to go through a whole bunch of stuff. And a lot of money came in from our legislature, thank goodness, and it's being put out very, very wisely, in my opinion. And I want to take a minute and just remember that I was talking to Mr. Steffer and saying, man, there's an awful lot of work that goes into this, isn't there? I was talking the same thing in our facilities division. Boy, all the things that must go into this, the hours and hours of work by people who sit in cubicles that perhaps are unknown to most of us. And unfortunately, it's such a big organization, you can't get down and find those people and thank them one-on-one. But I think it's important for us to remember that it begins in the cubicle, and it works its way up through various levels of really competent staff who ultimately present amazingly quality work that when we're spending money that the legislature has allotted us, we're spending it wisely, efficiently, and for the best of the organization and the inmates that we're trying to rehabilitate and put back into society. So I can only say thank you. I mean, I don't know how to get down and really just go to the very beginning of all this, but we should all remember that. So, again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And so with that, let's begin. What do we have first here? I guess approval of the minutes? Is that? There we go. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? And then, are there any? No, nobody has any. Hearing none, the minutes will be, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. And then, let's move on. Bear with me, I'm getting old, I'm having trouble turning pages. Okay, our next agenda item is a presentation on the inmate banking system. Director of Business and Finance Division, Jennifer Gonzalez, will be presenting, and will you please join us? Oh, she's there. And so if you're ready, please begin. But I got to tell you right now, folks, listen up. This is an amazing program. I was so blown away when I saw this, so it's very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Welsh. Good morning, Chairman, Mr. Lumpkin, and board members. Absolutely appreciate the opportunity to brief the board on our inmate banking solution project. This project is replacing 4 separate legacy systems with one modern, secure, cloud-based platform. With this transition, we will move from 4 separate legacy systems to one fully integrated solution that brings together our trust fund banking, warehouse management, commissary point-of-sale system, and parole fee management. One of the most significant improvements is real-time data. Instead of relying on overnight batch cycles, staff will have immediate, up-to-date information across all areas. The new system will also replace many manual and paper-based processes with automated workflows, increasing operational efficiency. This project will enhance services for inmates, parolees, and our staff. Next slide. There you go. And one more slide. All right. In August of 2025, we awarded this contract to Advanced Technology Group for a fully integrated modern tool that directly supports daily operations. This contract was awarded for $5.3 million for the base contract period. September 2026 is our target go-live date. This is a turnkey solution, which means the vendor is responsible for the configuration, system testing, training across all facilities, and guiding us through the go-live process. Our main milestones are progressing as planned. The vendor selection was completed in June of 2025. We formally launched the project and provided the initial board briefing in August of 2025. And by May of this year, the vendor completed system configuration to meet TDCJ's requirements. We are now in the testing phase, which began this month and is currently underway. In August, we begin staff training across all facilities, and we remain on schedule for a full go-live in September 2026. One of the key improvements coming with this system is the transition from paper checks, yes, paper checks, to prepaid debit cards provided at release. These cards will be loaded with the individual's trust fund balance and discharge funds. This eliminates the need to find a check cashing location upon release and provides immediate access to funds through the MoneyPass ATM network without fees. Next slide. We are also piloting commissary tablet ordering, starting at the Bartlett unit, and this will be phased out across the state. Historically, commissary purchases required individuals to line up at a window, which involved staff coordination and inmate movement. This was a paper-based process. With tablet ordering, inmates can check their balances, place commissary orders directly from their assigned tablet. Staff prepare the orders for pickup, reducing congestion, and improving operation efficiencies. Another improvement is the shift from paper trust fund statements to electronic statements available on tablets. Individuals can view their spending history, activity, and prior day balances without waiting for printed transactions. For parolees, payments that previously required purchasing a money order and preparing in person and appearing in person can now be made online and through self-service kiosks at 35 high-traffic parole offices. This payment posts in real time, which again improves our accuracy for both the parolee and the agency, instead of the overnight batch cycles. And this modernization project, centralized reporting will replace the report output of 4 legacy systems and provide real-time data in one place. In addition, the system will provide immediate real-time visibility into our trust fund accounts for the inmates, commissary, warehouse, and parole fee activity, and eliminates the delays in an inherent current legacy systems. All right, this modernization project replaces legacy COBOL systems with a secure integrated platform that improves accountability, efficiency, and statewide service delivery. The new inmate banking system will significantly strengthen operation and customer service. And so currently, as I stated, our commissary and trust fund department is currently in our UAT or testing phase with the vendor. And so we're very excited to work through that with the vendor. We do have a video, just a short clip from a parolee in regards to the impact that they're anticipating this in-bank solution will provide.
Hello, I'm here to see Ms. Vargas.
Okay, what's your name?
Kendrick Hicks. I've been on parole since July the 11th of 2025. I've done 30 years in prison. I've been out, I've got a job, I've opened up a bank account, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. For me, the process was kind of, because I've done such a long time in prison, it wasn't as smooth as I thought it would have been. Having to try to find out when you're gonna get your check, how to cash it, where to go to cash it, paying fees, having to get money orders, go places to get money orders. And me, I'm on a GPS monitor, so everything is scheduled, so everything has to be in order. I have to remember to put in to go get money orders and stuff like that. So I think it'll be real convenient if I can just go online and pay my fees.
Everything else still the same?
Yes, ma'am. When I was incarcerated, we didn't have this. I think that it's gonna be real convenient for the inmates that have it now. I wish I'd have had it while I was in. It's gonna alleviate a lot of headaches with the staff and the inmates, and I think it's just a great idea. I'm looking forward to using this system while I'm out because it's gonna be convenient for me. It's gonna help me to pay my fees much easier. I can go online, or I can come into the parole office and use a kiosk and pay my fees. I don't have to worry about telling my parole officer I forgot my money order and things of that nature. So like I said before, it's just gonna be real convenient and helpful, and I'm looking forward to using it.
All right, before I close, I would just like to express my sincere appreciation to the many staff members who have contributed to this project. Our Business and Finance Division team, along with other division staff, have devoted extensive hours working closely with the vendor and have remained focused on the significant effort required to implement this system. I want to specifically recognize Terry Hopkins, and she's here with me today. Please. She's our director of the Commissary and Trust Fund. Terry has invested tremendous effort, truly putting her heart and soul in developing the statement of work that made this contract possible. I also want to thank Randy Johnson, who's also here today. He's our Deputy Director for the Commissary and Trust Fund Department. He has served as the lead on the commissary side of this project. And Cynthia Martinez is also a senior accountant in our trust fund office that has basically provided exceptional dedication and expertise to get these 4 systems combined into one. Also need to acknowledge absolutely Sandra Igwe with our project manager for IT division, Mona Pena with the parole division for their leadership and continued commitment. There's many other staff that are working tirelessly behind the scenes, and I just want each of them to know their hard work and perseverance is truly appreciated. I'm very proud to share this presentation today and provide the update to the board. This is a significant undertaking of combining these 4 legacy systems into one. I think with all projects, there's some bumps, and so I'm sure we'll find those, but we are very excited for this project to go live and impact everybody that's involved across the state of Texas that will interact with this system. So this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, and I have no doubt that those bumps are not going to be much difficulty for this amazing staff. And just think, we're moving from paper to the modern era. I mean, we're finally,
Absolutely, yes.
yeah, after years and years, and debit cards and all the rest, this is just brilliant. And again, I was blown away, and thank you very much for all the work that you've done. So are there any questions from the board on this matter?
Just have a comment, General, if I might. So, first of all, excellent presentation. Appreciate your presentation, Ms. Gonzalez, and also appreciate, again, your recognition of the team, because we know that none of this gets done without a tremendous team to put this, develop it and put it in place. And I just want to say, General, I'm just inspired by your comments to say that this is precisely the type of modernization effort that we need across the agency, and both in terms of efficiency of processes, elimination of redundant processes, elimination of paperwork, and I heard the subject of the video say that something that really resonates with me, which is when you make these processes easier, you're making the lives of our frontline staff, our correctional officers, who are out there every day doing their work. You're making their jobs easier. And what did he say? You're eliminating opportunities for potential issues or conflict, because the less paper we have, the less potential holdups we have, the fewer opportunities there are for someone to get frustrated about their paperwork getting lost or some holdup administratively. So I just want to echo what the General said, and I know. And Mr. Lumpkin is going to talk, I'm sure is going to be talking about this too. I know that this is the type of initiative, modernization initiative, that under Mr. Lumpkin's leadership, we are carrying forward across the agency. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up with that, absolutely, Chairman Nichols' board, and absolutely a vision that is a long time coming, such hard work by Randy and Terry and team and our IT staff to get this done, but just an example of the modernization that is around the corner in so many of our operations within the agency that we envision and that we plan for, strategize, seek out the funds to be able to support those type of changes and more to come soon. So thank you to Jennifer and your team.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
No other questions? And thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and that was indeed a great presentation. Next is a report from our overworked Facilities Division Director, Damian Andrews, on the status of board approval projects. Mr. Andrews is at this podium, so sir, if you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. I'd like to provide you with an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Hughes Unit, replace roofs. This project is 23%. Mobilization is complete. Background checks are ongoing. Installing guardrails and upgraded the electrical in 17 building. Item number 2 is the Huntsville Unit, replace roof, building 1121. This project is 10%. Schedule is approved. Laydown yard is complete and currently working on RFIs. Item number 3 is the Huntsville Unit, repair, replace roof, mechanical department building. This project is 95%. Pre-final inspection has been completed and contractor is working on punch list items. Item number 4 is the Stringfellow Unit, replace roof and rooftop HVAC equipment, BOQ 1732. This project is 10%. Mobilization is complete. Schedule is approved. Material has arrived and work has begun. Item number 5 is the Holiday Unit, construct new training facility. This project is 95%. Finish work in all buildings and landscaping is ongoing. Item number 6 is the Ferguson Unit Construct Water Treatment Plant. This project is 65%. All concrete work is complete. Construction of the Chemical Control Building has begun. Item number 7 is the Ramsey Unit Renovate Water Tower. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost for this project was $1,220,700, and the estimated closeout is $938,545, or $282,154 under program cost. Item number 8 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 buildings, inmate housing. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost for this project was $12,142,700, and the estimated closeout is $9,669,018, or $2,473,681 under program cost. Item number 9 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 75%. Preparing plumbing controls in 12 F-Pod for installation. All electrical work has been completed for 12 F-Pod. Item number 10 is the Ellis Unit Install Fire Alarm System. This project is 80%. Conduit installation is ongoing in the bus barn to include offices and paint room. Item number 11 is the Ferguson Unit Install Fire Alarm System. This project is 87%. Main hallway conduit installation is ongoing and nearing completion. Item number 12 is the Beto Unit Install Transformer Substation. This project is notice to proceed issued. Item number 13 is the Hobby Unit Construct Multi-Use Facility. This project is 35%. The building's concrete work is complete. Building main framework is being installed. Item number 14 is the Estelle Unit Efficiency Upgrades to MEP System RMF. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item number 15 is the Goodman Unit Install HVAC ISF. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost for this project was $2 million. The estimated closeout cost is $1,437,224, or $562,775 under program cost. Item number 16 is the Stiles Unit HVAC System Efficiency Upgrades 12 building inmate housing. This project is 37%. Piping and ductwork in 12 building E and F pods are ongoing. Item number 17 is the Boyd Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 10%. Demolition on J2 is complete. Installation of piping is ongoing. Contractor is installing conduit in J5 building. Item number 18 is the Dominguez Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item number 19 is the Gist Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item number 20 is the Gurney Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 10%. Demolition in buildings D and E are complete. Installation of new HVAC equipment is ongoing. Item number 21 is the High Tower Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 14%. Equipment has arrived. Trenching is nearing completion. Installation of underground piping is ongoing. Item number 22 is the Hutchins Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item number 23 is the Jester 3 Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 40%. Trustee camp day room, gym, and dorm A are complete. Contractor is currently working in the main building and B dorm of the trustee camp. Item 24 is the Luther Unit Install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 45%. Concrete pads on the west side of the main unit have been poured. 10 ARUs have been installed. Item 25 is the Polonsky Unit Install HVAC 3 building. This project is 10%. Access road is complete. All concrete pads have been completed and HVAC equipment is being placed on the roof. Item 26 is the Pallage Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 60%. Rotational units have been installed. Gas piping and electrical work is ongoing. Duct work in the gym is being installed. Item 27 is the Segovia Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is notice to proceed pending. Item 28 is the Stevenson Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 10%. Installation of hangers and chilled water piping are ongoing in J3 and J4 buildings. Item number 29 is a Stiles Unit Install HVAC 8 building. This project is 10%. Submittals are complete. Contractors on site installing electrical and concrete work is ongoing. Item number 30 is the Terrell Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 35%. HVAC equipment has been delivered and is being installed. Currently, contractor is working in the trustee camp. Item numbers 31 through 43 are the construct expansion dorms at the Bell, Choice Moore, Estes, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Lopez, Luther, Memorial, Montford, Pack, Sanchez, and Travis units. These projects are notice to proceed issued pre-construction. This concludes my project status updates. I will stand by for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just a quick follow-up. So on the expansion dorm projects, this is using funds that the legislature gave us in the last session for
Yes.
this specific purpose?
Yes, sir.
And it's for the purpose of expanding our capacity in light of the estimates by the Legislative Budget Board on our estimated population in coming years?
Yes, sir, that's exactly correct. And it also has a dual purpose in that all these will have air conditioning in them. So that's an added bonus, I guess you could say. We're getting additional capacity and we're getting the benefit of having air conditioning in those spaces as well.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what I was about to address too. So we really have over, when you look at your projects going on, we have over almost 60% is dealing with some type of expansion as it relates to HVAC or we installing. So I like that idea.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're moving in a really, really good direction. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? I'd just like to point out again, that's 43 individual projects underway right now worth hundreds and billions of dollars of effort. And what we're finding is that based upon the, I guess the work of your division in planning and designing and supervising these efforts, we're able to save dollars. And you heard on every one of these, you're finding efficiencies as you go through the projects. It's a great process you have ongoing. Those monies flow back into the general fund that Mr. Steffer then could reallocate to other priorities throughout the system. And it's just, it's amazing. The other thing is you'll see that we've included, Mr. Fordyce recommended a while back, that we include an identification date. When was this identified as something that needed to be done? And we were finding that the amount of time between the identification and the correction, the work itself, was enormous. And we're squeezing that down because you're finding efficiencies and able to move more and more projects in. So kudos to you and your entire staff, and I'm glad I don't have to work within your division because I know they work hard, and I don't work hard anymore.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you very much for the kudos, obviously, but, you know, it's a team effort. It's not just my division. Ms. Gonzalez's division plays a big part in this. Bill Lewis and his division plays a big part in this, especially with the expansion dorms and stuff. So there's a multitude of divisions out there, and I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. But there's many divisions that come together to make this happen. It's not just my division solely. So thank you for that, though.
So with that, I guess we're complete with the Business and Finance Operations Committee. And there being no further business, Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Finance Operation Committee is now adjourned, and my phone won't tell me what time it is. and the time is 8:54.
Thank you, Mr. Fordyce and General Welch, for your leadership on these very, very important committees of the board. We will stand in a brief recess. We'll pick up with general session straight on 9 o'clock. please. I'm going to do the 250 right after the pledges. The 247th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair General Bill Welch, Secretary Sidney Zeiker, Judge Faith Johnson, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Tom Fordyce, Martin Garza, and also joining us by Zoom up there on the screen, Ambassador Sishan Siv. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:04 a.m. Before we get started, I would like everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief Programs Officer Jason Clark is approaching to lead us in the pledges. Mr. Clark, when you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Please join me in the U.S. pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And as we engage in that very important exercise of recognizing our patriotism, and as we discussed during our previous board meeting, and as I recall that our fantastic 2026 Governor's Volunteer Service Award Program earlier this year, TDCJ is very attuned to celebrating and commemorating the 250th birthday of the United States of America. Across the agency, talented individuals, including our unit leadership, working with our amazing unit artists, and when I say amazing, everyone knows I'm not in the habit of using that term lightly, have created, as you see on the screen, patriotic murals and displays honoring our nation's 250th anniversary. These works are proudly displayed throughout the state at each of our facilities and are tangible reminders of our nation's history, resilience, and hope for the future. And this is not the only manner, these murals are not the only manner in which unit leadership and staff are celebrating this momentous occasion. I've got some props I brought with me. I've got a t-shirt that I received on a recent trip to the Estes unit, and this is another example of the efforts at the unit level to truly and appropriately celebrate our nation's milestone of 250 years. And I know, Mr. Lumpkin, that as we get closer to July 4th, that many of our facilities around the state are going to be displaying flags, America 250 themed flags, proudly as we celebrate that moment. And so we take a moment after we did our pledges to show off to everyone both the patriotism and the talent of our TDCJ units that is being demonstrated during this amazing milestone in our nation's history. And I know you're on Zoom, Ambassador Siv, but if you can hear me and if you can join us, Ambassador Siv has led, from the board's perspective, the effort to coordinate the celebration of America 250. And if you are able to, Ambassador Siv, if you would care to join us and say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is really an honor and a privilege to join you in our celebration of independence. To me, it means quite a lot because I came here 50 years ago this month with just $2, and by the grace of God, I was able to have my life transformed from picking apples in Connecticut to driving a taxi in New York and all the way to the White House and to Texas and to be with you. So I cannot be grateful enough for the opportunity to celebrate these important milestones of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And as you notice on many of the murals that you see displayed, as another sign of the responsiveness of our unit leadership, Ambassador Siv and I were discussing, I believe at the Governor's Service Awards, the fact that it might be appropriate to actually take language from the Declaration of Independence and incorporate that language that we all hold in our hearts and have that displayed as you see here on the screen. Again, just another sign of the responsiveness of units, Mr. Lumpkin, under your leadership, and I know you want to say a few words on that as well.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman and board members. Absolutely. What you see is just a small example of what many of you seen walking our facilities across the state, our offices. Some of our offices have done a great job on their own, just taking the initiative to celebrate the 250. Some of our staff, actually our supervisors, insignia on their collar, red, white, and blue. And then the men and women inside of our facilities also taking the time to celebrate. And of course, our partnership with Windham School District, but just a great time to celebrate and commemorate the 250 year birthday of the United States and what you see out of facilities. Again, just great talent and vision by both the men and women and our leadership on our facilities. And so thank you to all that are doing this and of course highlighting the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. I would now ask our board member, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, to introduce TBCJ Chaplain Keith Thompson to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. So before we begin this morning with a word of prayer, I would like to introduce TDCJ Chaplain Keith Thompson. I had the privilege of getting to shake Chaplain Thompson's hand earlier and get to know him just a little bit and hear his story. Chaplain Thompson began his career with TDCJ in July of 2025, that is just under a year ago. Before he and his wife moved to Texas, he resided in Los Angeles, California, and while living in LA in 2021, he became a correctional officer for the state of California. He enjoyed in his time there serving that state, using his role not just as serving the state, providing public safety there, but also using it as an opportunity to pray over his fellow colleagues and staff. And so he did so up until his move to Texas in 2024. Chaplain Thompson currently serves as a lead minister at the Christ Forgiveness Ministry in Houston, Texas, and has been a significant part of TDCJ and chaplaincy ministry here the last few months. So thank you, Chaplain Thompson. Would you do us the honor this morning of opening our meeting with a word of prayer?
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. Good to see everyone here. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you. Thank you for this opportunity just to come together, Father God. Every day is a blessing, and we know that you're here with us, Lord. Your word says where two or more gather your name, there you are in their midst. So we know that you're here in our midst, Father God, leading us and guiding us in this meeting. So I just want to say thank you, O Lord, for the breath in our lungs. Thank you for leading us. Thank you for guiding us. I pray that you continue to guide our hands, and I pray that you just be in the center of it all and that you are glorified. Help us, oh God, to just continue to move forward as one team, as one body, as we continue, oh God, to serve the men and white, but also to serve our community. We love you and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Thompson.
Amen. Yes, thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. Thank you, Chaplain Thompson, and congratulations on Chaplain on your decision to step forward and join us. And I know, even though you haven't been with us very long, I know that you've already seen the power, the true power of faith in our correctional system. So, thank you, sir. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize public officials and staff representatives with us here today. I know I have seen and said hello to Mr. Mike Ward of the Texas Senate Criminal Justice Committee. And we also very much appreciate all of our representatives of public officials who are with us online. And first and foremost, that, however, we recognize and appreciate everyone who is in attendance here today. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction, as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. The next item on our agenda is recognitions. And as always, we begin with recognitions of our valued team at TDCJ. As you all know, we recognize TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45 years of service to the state of Texas. And for those of you who may be watching, as you know, as I go around the units, I'm always asking folks, you know, how long you been with TDCJ? What's your career been like? And so I always tell them that they're going to be on my list. And it may cause a little bit of a concern, but I always say, no, this is a good list. This is a great list to be on. And these individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board, along with Executive Director Mr. Lumpkin, express our deepest gratitude for their continued service. So let me give you some stats. During the months of May and June of 2026, 52 employees attained 25 years of service, 38 employees attained 30 years of service, 11 employees attained 35 years of service, 7 employees attained 40 years of service, and 1 employee attained 45 years of service. And so we are now displaying the list of these valued employees for those in attendance and those online to be able to read. And these names of these valued employees will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each and every one of these employees and thanks each and every one of you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas and the public safety of all citizens of the state of Texas. As a symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. Our next recognition will be presented by TDCJ Classification and Inmate Transportation Division Director, Mr. Rich Babcock. Mr. Babcock, as I understand it, you would like to recognize Mr. Timothy Fitzpatrick on his promotion to Deputy Division Director. So
Yes,
when you are ready, sir, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin, and all who have joined us here. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce Mr. Fitzpatrick as the first Deputy Division Director of the Classification and Inmate Transportation Division. And if you'll allow me, I'd be honored to share a little more of his story with you.
Yes, sir.
Tim began his career with the agency over 20 years ago as a correctional officer at the Ferguson unit, where he distinguished himself and established himself as a solution to others and for this agency. And he continued to do so as he promoted through the security ranks onto assistant warden and serving honorably as a senior warden at 2 different facilities. He was selected as the Director of Classification and Records nearly 5 years ago, where he has advanced classification and operations statewide. Tim is also a proud graduate of Sam Houston State University, who holds a master's degree in criminal justice, leadership, and management. And it is not hard for one to see how his experience and education, paired with his compassionate leadership, have seen him to this new station. Tim is a loving husband to his wife, Lauren, and an adoring father to their 2 children, Emma and Cooper, and a man of great faith who will always stop whatever he is doing to help another. His love and devotion to his family and to his faith have carried him through this story that falls short of saying that he has achieved all of this in his graduate degree while he established himself as a leader in our prisons and while he was a husband and a father without letting a single commitment slip. Tim is inspired to see that the good work is done, that his decisions are made with those he serves in mind, whether that is the employee, the incarcerated, or his family. He works to ensure the best outcomes for all. Tim has a heart for all people and a will to serve them. Please join me in congratulating Tim Fitzpatrick.
Congratulations, Mr. Fitzpatrick, on a well-deserved promotion. So would you care to share a few words with us?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Nichols, and thank you, Rich, for the kind words and your leadership and friendship every day. It means a lot to me. And members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the trust, first and foremost, and the confidence that you've placed in me. I'm deeply honored and humbled by the opportunity to continue to serve our agency in this new capacity. It has been a privilege to lead such an exceptional team of professionals around our agency. Our classification, intake, mailroom, transportation staff, disciplinary coordination, state-ready inmate time management. There's so many different folks that do the quiet work every day, and it has been the honor of my career and a lifetime to learn what they do behind the scenes every day and how impactful it is. As I reflect on the last 20 years, I recognize that no accomplishment has ever been achieved alone. I first give all glory to God for his guidance in my life and his protection on this journey. I'm truly grateful for my wife, Lauren. She's watching online, so thank you for all of your sacrifice. My family, my children, they are my rock, and they've endured sacrifices along this journey, and they've never left my side. I'm grateful for the countless mentors, leaders, and colleagues, many of you all in this room, who have invested in me, challenged me, and supported me every step of the way. Thank you again, Chairman, Board, and Mr. Lumpkin for your faith in me as I assume this new position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next recognition will be presented by TDCJ Administrative Risk and Review Management Division Director, Mr. Marvin Dunbar. I see Mr. Dunbar approaching the podium, and I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Susan Gunnels on her selection as Deputy Division Director. So when you're ready, sir, please begin.
Yes, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin, again, thank you for this opportunity to recognize Ms. Gunnels as the Division Deputy Director for the Armed Division. Ms. Gunnels started her career 18 years ago, where she also holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Sam Houston State University. She actually started her career as an inmate records clerk at the O'Daniel facility, and she also have worked in our Human Resources Division. She served there as well, and she's the manager. At one point, she was the manager of the Office of Family Services, and most recently, she served as a deputy director for the Office of Independent Ombudsman. Ms. Gunnels comes with a lot of energy and a lot of enthusiasm. She came in the first week, hitting the ground running. She made a commitment to me and the agency, and she actually said that in about 90 days, she's gonna fix every problem in TDCJ. So with that, Ms. Gunnels, come on down.
Ms. Guttles.
Good
With
morning.
that write-up, so here you go. So
Right.
please share a few words with us.
Yes, Chairman Nichols, thank you. Mr. Lemke, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your confidence in me. I remain committed to the agency and our mission. Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Chessa and the team, they've done an outstanding job providing a great experience onboarding with them. Put a lot into this, and the division's been very welcoming. There's a lot going on in the Armed Division. I'm learning every day, and that's so exciting. So thank you for that opportunity.
Well, thank you for what you're doing, and I will say that Mr. Garza and I made a unannounced visit to the Armed Division yesterday,
Yes,
right,
sir.
Mr. Garza? And it was clear to us that you were already have your feet on the ground, and that you were already being a valued contributor to the Armed team. So thank you very much, and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next recognition will be presented by TDCJ Correctional Institutions Division Director, Mr. Eric Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero, I see you standing at the podium, and I understand you would like to recognize Mr. Anthony Newton on being selected as the Region 2 Director. When you're ready, Mr. Guerrero, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman, Mr. Lumpkin, members. I would like to introduce Anthony Newton. Anthony Newton began his career in January of 2002 as a correctional officer and advanced through the ranks at the Hughes Unit in Gatesville. I first met Anthony Newton in 2013 when I was the Region 6 Regional Director. From the outset, it was clear that he possessed a strong passion for the agency and a deep commitment to its mission. His leadership as a lieutenant and later as a captain consistently reflected a high level of professionalism and dedication to the staff at the Hughes Unit. Even then, I recognized his potential to excel as a leader and to serve the agency at a higher level in the future. In August 2019, he was promoted to Assistant Warden at the Stiles Unit in Beaumont. In July 2021, he transitioned to the Wayne Scott Unit there in Richmond, and then finally promoted to Senior Warden in 2022. He served as a Senior Warden at the Ramsey Facility, Ellis, and Estelle Unit until his recent promotion to Region 2 Regional Director. Mr. Newton holds an associate degree in criminal justice and is a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo, bringing more than 36 years of martial art experience. Anthony was selected as our 2025 Warden of the Year and is recognized for his transformational leadership, cultural improvements within the units he has overseen, as well as his contributions to several pilot programs at the Estelle Unit, including the automated count system and the team staffing model. Please help me congratulate Anthony Newton as our Region 2 Director.
Congratulations, Mr. Newton. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin. Just want to thank you for the faith in me to serve in a new capacity as a regional director for Region 2, and just thank the great members of the CID leadership for their guidance and me throughout this journey to get to this step, and the guidance they still provide me to this day. So just looking forward to continue to do great things for the great people in Region 2.
Well, Mr. Newton, we know that you're going to be continuing to contribute in extremely positive ways, and I appreciate, Mr. Guerrero, you mentioning some of the initiatives that you've been involved with that kind of dovetail into what we were talking about earlier in terms of modernization of use of technology and also workplace practices. So we fully anticipate that your continued commitment to great leadership will filter throughout the agency, and thank you so much, sir, for stepping forward into this new role.
Sure, thank you.
The next, before we move on, I just want to make sure that we give a round of applause as a group to all of our honorees and folks recognized today, including all of those valued employees that we recognize for their years of service. The next item on our agenda covers consent items as posted on the board's agenda. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Judicial Advisory Council. The Honorable Judge Tom Nowak, who has traveled from Collin County to be with us here today on behalf of the council, will be presenting. So, Your Honor, thank you for joining us today, and whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
I can never say this. How can I say this to a judge? So, I mean, it's usually the other way around, like the judge tells you to proceed. So, apologize for me asking you to proceed.
Chairman, thank you. Members of the board, Director, thank you for having me. Normally, yes, I walk into a room wearing a black dress and everybody gets up on my behalf. So I do enjoy that part of serving, but I do also enjoy coming in and meeting everybody that I have gotten to meet today. This is my first time in front of you guys, so I appreciate the warm welcome and appreciate the time you've given us here. If I could take, Chairman, just a short amount of time with some personal privilege before I get into my remarks about the JAC. Some of the things that you guys do, I hope that y'all understand how it filters down to some of our levels, to those of us on courts and down in the counties in many different ways. Judge Johnson and I go way back. When I first became a prosecutor, she was one of the judges in Dallas County where I worked. She was known for her efficiency, trying multiple cases a week. And it's things like that that help us in Collin County today. I've been able to follow, in some respects, her guidance, and she has served actually in my court when I wasn't able to be there. And so we love having her. We love her in Collin County and all the surrounding areas, and I appreciate her. So I wanted to shout out that little bit. It's also, so thank you, Judge Johnson. I appreciate you. The reason why some of these things are important, and again, I'm going to take a little bit of privilege here, I wasn't born in America. Like the ambassador, I was not born in a land that was very free. I was born in what was then communist Poland. And I came to the United States, and I went from waiting in line for bread and meat to supermarkets and toy stores and all the blessings that we have here. So I appreciate, much like you do, the 250th anniversary of the United States. It means a lot to me, and I try to get that across to our juries, and namely what the criminal justice system in America means, specifically Texas, and how that affects things worldwide. It does. I can tell you it does. Things that we see and do make a big difference everywhere else. And as you heard, I'm from Collin County. You might have heard about a criminal case going on in Collin County that made international news. And we worked hand in hand. Judge Roach in Collin County worked hand in hand with TDCJ to make things efficient, to make things run smoothly, and protect the public in Collin County. And so to that end, I want to thank you for helping us achieve the results that we can, where we show people exactly how things are and the model that should be used across the country and across the world. So thank you for that. Vice General Welch, I'm also in the United States Air Force, so you got out about the time I got in, so you wouldn't get blamed for any of my mistakes. I'm a JAG officer in the reserves, so I understand that, but all those things come into play for these kinds of things and for what everybody does in this room. So again, I want to say thank you and just taking that bit of privilege. Hopefully the things, again, that we do filter down and you guys understand how valuable it is. So thank you for that. But I'm here to talk about the JAC, the Judicial Advisory Council. As you may know, the Judicial Advisory Council is there as a supportive body to help us help people get rehabilitated, to develop programs and assist TDCJ and our community justice divisions in providing the best tools necessary. So we, like you guys, get a lot of information, a lot of reports, and I'm here to kind of talk a little bit about that and answer any questions you may have about that process. I have only been on the board a short time, and so I volunteered to come down here and introduce myself to you guys. And it's been an honor to be appointed by Judge Schenck of the Court of Criminal Appeals to be on that board. I've been a judge now for going on 7 years, and again, a lifetime of criminal practice in and throughout my career. So I'm honored to be on that board. Just to give you kind of, again, a rough picture of what we do, we get many reports and at our meetings, at our quarterly meetings, and provide that advice. So the meetings that I've been at, specifically in January, we had a number of discussions and presentations on the opioid crisis and how we're working with TDCJ to provide individuals with therapies and actual medications while they're in TDC custody to be able to remove themselves from that addiction. That is, at least anecdotally at this point in time, and with some reports, a very high-risk population. So when those individuals leave TDCJ custody, they're oftentimes the most likely to have an issue that is critical, resulting in death. And so if we don't address a lot of that behavior and address a lot of those issues at the beginning part of their incarceration, or if they're in working through their programs, then we can expect bad results when they're released. And so that is an effort by Health and Human Services, working with TDCJ to provide those kinds of services for our inmates and everybody else that's in the programs. So we have all these, again, programs where we have to partner with multiple agencies to do those kinds of things. And so we deliver medications, we deliver training, and we deliver support to those people, especially upon release. And so we have, that's in Bexar County, where we've been running a pilot program, and one underway in El Paso as well. So we just appreciate the collaboration. And so again, these kinds of decisions, it's going to be my theme throughout this talk, results in somebody getting out of a facility, custody, and they're provided with support so that they don't go back to that high-risk behavior. And again, statistics indicate that those are critical individuals. We also got reports, and we're working with, obviously, our legislature on many of the bill changes that you guys have already talked about in your prior meetings. By the way, I'm an Aggie. I didn't hear anybody whoop earlier when we were talking about, I know you're married into it, so you have to do it, but I didn't hear it from you either, Chairman. So I'm a proud Aggie, as it were, but those kinds of things, again, work their way down from the legislature, from these bills. And so we've gotten a number of reports and are processing through to make sure that we are compliant as judges, and we are compliant in rehabilitating our offenders, and make sure that that's done within law. And as you know, the laws change. We can't release certain people. We can't change some of those bonds, things on the front end of cases, which affects you guys on the back end of cases as well. And then we're growing. Collin County is one of the fastest growing counties in the country. We roughly add about 40 to 45,000 people a year. So that's going to be something that is pressing on you guys as well. And so we are trying to handle that as best as we can. We also lead in training community supervision departments and their directors. So your probation departments in all your counties, the directors, that's a part of what we do there. And so we've been working with all the directors and holding hearings here in, I shouldn't say hearings, but trainings here in Huntsville as well as in Austin. And then just I'm going to go through my notes here, make sure we're talking about a separate program out in East Texas, where we received a good number of information that a program is working very, very well at our East Texas Treatment Facility, intermediate sanction facility for individuals who have, well, I would just say, continual DWI problems. As you guys know, DWIs, very dangerous as it relates to our highways and streets, and we have felony cases based on that. And we have a program that we're developing and have developed out in East Texas that we hope to expand much more in the coming months and years to provide intensive therapy and intensive rehabilitation for those individuals who have that problem. So much like the opioid crisis, alcohol, continual issue once people get out of custody. And so we're trying to give them those tools to do that. And so on behalf of everybody with the JAC, those of us working in rehabilitation, the community rehabilitation departments, all of that is very important and ongoing, not just for what you guys do, but for our citizens and how that plays out in our great state. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have. Hopefully there's a lot. I'm here, whether that's with our board or what I can answer for you for Collin County, and how great it is to be working with all of y'all. So thank you very, very much. I'm honored, and this is just another feather in my cap of living the American dream here in Texas. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Judge, and we're honored by your presence. And just a few things to get us kicked off, and others I'm sure will have some comments. First of all, rest assured that my wife, my better half, was given a whoop online when I made the allusion to the Aggie Nation, okay? So I just want you to know that, first and foremost.
He just gets in trouble with me for whooping, because we're Longhorns, and so he gets a little jab when he whoops.
Well, we can't all be perfect, so I understand.
And I appreciate you getting me in some hot water at the house, too, so that's very, very nice of you to do that. Second of all, I appreciate you calling out the level of coordination between the Judicial Advisory Council and our agency. I think, Ms. Carrie Green, Ms. Green, are you here? Would you please stand? And so, as everyone knows, Ms.
Our
Green
CJAD director.
leads our CJAD division, which is, and all of the great team that helps with that coordination. Third, I really very much appreciate, and everyone in this room knows how impactful this subject is to not just to me, but to the members of the board and TDCJ leadership. The current scourge of not just illegal drugs, but dangerous drugs in our communities, including in our correctional system. And it's not just a TDCJ issue, it's a local and county level correctional issue. It's a societal issue. And so the fact that the council is focused on addressing the demand for these types of drugs, which we've seen. I heard a podcast the other day that talked about how we went from a situation where illegal substances at one point in time when I was growing up were things that were grown from the ground. You had your marijuana, you had your cocaine, you had your heroin, which were all plant-based products, illegal and dangerous. But now we have this onset of these synthetic drugs, synthetic cannabinoids, I think they call it, which I think is much too nice of a word for it. But the fact that the council is focused on helping the community supervision and correction departments focus on this issue and also help correctional systems generally in addressing that part of the equation, the demand side, is really, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that from the board's perspective, and I would just defer to Mr. Lumpkin to say a few words on this topic.
No, absolutely, and thank you, Your Honor, for your report. It was good visiting with you earlier. We got to meet some of our key staff and look forward to carrying on those conversations. But to echo the chairman's comments, absolutely, the opioid challenge crisis that we see in the community that you mentioned, but also that we're doing everything we can inside to address. At times we see individuals already coming in with evidence of continued drug use, even after they've been incarcerated at the local level in some areas. But of course, to support, because it absolutely is an indication of some type of dependency, addiction, but with our sober living, our recovery housing models that we continue to stand up in many of our facilities with many divisions here in the room to address that, because the 95% of our population is going home one day, and we want them to go home better than how they came in and not worse. And so that's our commitment, to continue to grow those programs. and to also educate the public, educate stakeholders on everything being done within the agency and the needs of the agency to make that happen. And so again, thank you for what you do and for being here today and for the JAG.
Judge Johnson, I see your mic is on.
Yes, thank you so much. First, I want to congratulate my friend for being appointed to the Judicial Advisory Council. I had the honor of being at his installation when he was when he won and was appointed to that judicial race, and of course he's ran, and I got to pray over here and pray at his event, so that's great. He's outstanding, and I'm not just saying that because he's my friend, but he is an outstanding judge, and I so appreciate him. I wanted you all to know that he's in the middle of a jury trial, a murder trial in Collin County, and he's here, and he put that jury on hold just to come and speak to this audience. And he's going to get back to Collin County in 2.5 hours. I don't know how he's going to do it, but he's going to drive back to Collin County in 2.5 hours. So we just so appreciate you. Great report. I love you and your wife. They're great people, and I just love them. And thank you for all that you do, not just for Collin County, but throughout the state of Texas. We appreciate you, okay? My friend, yes.
Thank you, Judge Nowak, for your report today, and please, if you would, please relay our thanks to the entire council for the great work that they are doing in terms of helping to ensure that our entire correctional system and rehabilitation system across the state of Texas is running efficiently and effectively in the ways that you've described. Thank you, sir.
Can I ask a...
Oh, sorry.
I do have a quick question, and I may be off the mark. I'm not a lawyer, thank God. And, but...
Again, nobody can be perfect. It's okay.
Yeah, I understand. I got accepted to law school and flight school the same day I went to flight school. I'm so happy. But we've implemented a court process where we can have our inmates take care of some of the problems they have online. Is it appropriate? Is this the appropriate forum in which to ask? Is that something you would support? It saves so much in terms of transportation, housing while they're there, and all the rest. And the idea of technology and expanding that throughout the state and saving so much travel time and security risk. Are you supportive of it? Is it something we can implement other places, and can we continue to expand that?
General, I think you'll be pleased to know, look, I like to brag, and it's easy to brag when you come from where I came from, and Collin County has been at the forefront of technological innovation. We were one of the first to go online during COVID. We had first virtual jury trial in Collin County. So we have the technology, we have the ability, and we have been big supporters of that program already. If you talk to your staff, you'll hear that Collin County has been doing a number of those pleas and working out cases where we don't have to transport inmates across state lines, basically, all the way from one side of the state to the other. The hours that takes, the time that it takes, the money that it takes, it is much more efficient to do so in a technological way, in a video way, and so we have been at the forefront of it. We do support it. We do it all the time in Collin County. Now, there are other challenges in other places, obviously, for various different reasons, and so I can't speak on everybody else, but I can tell you that there's not a lot of pushback from the judges statewide to do that because of those advantages. So it is just a question of getting the word out. It is just a question of making sure that some of those not as technologically advanced as Collin County have the equipment necessary and ability to do so. And then sometimes, some of our judges may be a little bit older and not work the computers as well as others, and so it's a matter of training that group. But I've never heard anybody object to it or have any issues with it. So I think that's a great program, and that's something that we're looking forward to continuing in Collin County, and I know expanding.
Thank you.
General, I could have answered that question for you, okay?
And Pastor Sprinkle, I think I see your mic on.
Yes, just one quick comment. Thank you again, Judge, for being here today and just your work and your support. Hearing your story, too, is encouraging. But I think I'm remembering correctly, and just want to touch on one passing comment you made as you were talking about the opioids and the problem of addiction and stuff that lends to so many of those that we serve being incarcerated. And I think you said at the beginning, when they receive this the programming that helps that we offer as an agency that helps reduce the problem of addiction and helps them understand and get beyond that. When you said when they receive that at the beginning of their incarceration. And I just wanted to talk about that real quickly, just as a word of encouragement for us and for you as well. Something I heard on one of our unit visits, but those programs being offered earlier in the incarceration is such a critical thing. I think, of course, we have the problem of having enough capacity in those programs, but just something that we want to continue to move forward, because as we deal with the scourge of the contraband that the chairman mentioned earlier, so much effort goes into preventing that. When more and more of the contraband is coming in, these illegal drugs, the synthetics, all of this, if the demand can be reduced earlier on in incarceration, that's certainly going to help some of that as we go forward. So just, I don't know if you intentionally made that comment, but I heard that and picked up it's something we need to make progress toward in the agency, trying to provide those programs earlier on in the incarceration rather than later, right before they get out.
Sure, and Pastor, thank you for that. I can just tell you that, as you well know, a lot of the people don't start with, a TDCJ sentence, and so that's not always the process that they go through. So a lot of times community supervision is involved prior to that point in time, and we're working with those offenders. And so I echo everything you said. I can tell you again anecdotally that starting that process as early as possible and continuing it throughout the course of the sentence, even in the longer sentences, is very beneficial. When we're starting to talk about decades, those individuals are often, based on the opioid crisis and how easy it is to obtain some of these drugs, are our most critical and vulnerable population when they get out, because that's all they have at that point in time. And so continuing that through that process of that time helps people become a lot more, less inclined to dive back into those bad habits and bad problems just because of the ease that they're able to obtain those drugs and opioids with once outside. So yes, it is 100% an important goal to increase that at the beginning of, at least provide support, provide training, education at the beginning of a sentence as it is at the end of a sentence.
Any other questions? If not, thank you again, Judge, for your participation and being here, as Judge Johnson was saying. And again, please relay our appreciation to the entire council for the update and the ongoing great work.
Thank you, Chairman. It was an honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. The next item on our board's agenda is our TDCJ Parole Division Spotlight. This item on our agenda highlights examples of how the agency's parole officers are out there every day making our Texas community safer through supervision and support of those released from TDCJ facilities onto parole. And so I see we are joined today by Parole Division Deputy Director, Mr. Rick Washington, and I understand that you will be introducing Parole Officer Robert Stray. So when you're ready, sir, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. I have the honor of introducing one of our outstanding parole officers, Robert Stray, from the Conroe District Parole Office. Mr. Stray embodies all of TDCJ's core values, but his commitment shines through as he has worked in 3 different capacities within the agency: as a corrections officer, as a teacher, and now as a parole officer. Mr. Stray has stated that he loves TDCJ, the Conroe DPO, and helping the client population reintegrate back into our communities. He does this by holding his clients accountable, counseling them, coaching them, and mentoring them under his supervision. As he puts it, it's important to him because the Conroe community is where he lives and raises his family. A wife and 2 kids. With that being said, I'd love to introduce Mr. Robert Stray.
Good morning.
Sir, we're glad to have you here with us, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. My name is Parole Officer Robert Stray. I'm with the Conroe District Parole Office. I started my career with TDCJ back in 2010. Back then I was a young correctional officer I've always wanted to teach. So I went back to college, got a couple degrees, came back to TDCJ as a professor with Lee College, where I've taught on 9 different units. The experiences as a teacher and as a correctional officer eventually made me make the decision to further my career with the Parole Division. I've always believed that all men, regardless of their crimes, they have a right to seek redemption from God, but in my opinion, the opportunity to seek redemption from society is on parole. The parole officer serves as the link between the punishment for the crime in prison and the rehabilitation of a client in society. We are tasked with guiding someone who may have done decades in the penitentiary to success in the free world. And often the parole officer is the only person in their entire life who they can turn to for advice, accountability, or have someone just to listen and hear them out. I always tell every one of my clients when I first meet them that if no one else in the world tells you this, that I want you to be successful. One such client who has truly become successful during his time on parole has been Chris Burkett. I know a good bit about where he came from, the challenges he's overcome, but it's because he's overcome so many challenges that I say he is quite possibly one of the most successful people that I have ever met. I measure his success by the number of cruises that he takes each year, the travel permits I have to fill out for him, but I would rather fill out those travel permits with a 10-day itinerary than a 10-page violation report, because the travel permits show that he is being successful on parole. And with that being said, it is my privilege to introduce to you Chris Burkett.
Mr. Burkett, we're also very grateful for your attendance here today. When you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkins, and members of the board. 16 calendar years out of 26, that's how long I've spent in prison. During the first 38 years of my life, trapped in a cycle I didn't know that I was even in or how to break. My father was in prison for most of my life. He was incarcerated for 20 years this last time, and he died 2 years after his release. That was the longest he'd been out of jail. My mother was a drug addict and had no idea how to deal with us kids, so I was raised by foster homes and in the juvenile system. She passed away while I was in prison, and I couldn't attend the funeral. My youngest brother has 2 capital life sentences. He will probably never be released. My older brother is strung out, and he acts as if he's a victim. My younger sister is better than my mother is, or was. She's much more successful, but she hasn't been able to shed the curse that was passed on to her. I was violent, a liar, and a thief. I was addicted to a lifestyle that was killing me. I thought my story had already been written and wouldn't change. It's what I grew up in, it's all I knew. At 15 years old, I was certified as an adult, and I found myself sitting in the county jail, doomed to fail. The truth is, circumstances doesn't cause change. Change starts when you're done living the lifestyle you're used to, and you want more for yourself. For me, that turning point came when I found myself in a jail cell, angry and knowing I couldn't go on hurting people. If I did, I would end up spending the rest of my life in prison, or I'd end up dead. I finally got honest with myself, and I decided to change my behavior. I needed a completely different foundation for my life. I let go of the identity that was built around destruction and started building something new, one choice at a time. I had to find that one thing that was worth living for, and for me, that was not failing the people who love and depend on me. It hasn't been easy. There were setbacks, doubts, and days when my old life felt closer than the new one that I was building. I stayed committed, and I surrounded myself with the right people who gave me strength when I didn't have it on my own. I stayed disciplined, and I found purpose and direction. I was paroled on a GPS monitor, and I had who I thought was a very strict parole officer. She held me to a higher standard and forced me to step up and be who I was meant to be. I couldn't even step out of my house without scheduling it 2 weeks in advance. If I wanted to go, I had to make sure that it was on that schedule. This taught me how to be responsible, disciplined, and organized. Finding employment was challenging. Through perseverance, I was hired by a Harley-Davidson dealership where I found a passion in sales. I eventually was able to get back into construction where I had most of my training from before and during prison. I had completed several trades while I was inside, from computer-aided drafting, carpentry, and working as a plumber for most of my stay. I also worked on the GIS plant at the Ferguson unit for several years as a draftsman. I was able to combine my passion for construction and love of sales, and this led to creating my own laser engraving, 3D printing, and roofing companies. Between the training I received inside to the scheduling I learned while on the monitor, I've been able to help teach and train a sales team for a $20+ million company that I have personally made, and I have personally made over $1 million in the last 3 years while selling and doing what I love to do. Today, my life looks completely different. I'm clean and I'm sober. I built a career that earns well over 6 figures. I've been married to Amy for 6.5 years. I give back by volunteering at my church. I serve in a worldwide motorcycle ministry, and I mentor new sales reps. But more than any of that, I have peace, something I've never had before. I stopped living in survival mode and I started living, just period living. I take 2 to 3 vacations a year. I'm scheduled to take one next week. I'm waiting on a travel permit now for that. I spend way too much money on motorcycles, on guitars, watches, and vacations. If there's one thing I've learned, it's this: your past does not disqualify you from a better future, but you must choose it. You must fight for it, and you must find something worth living for, something greater than the life you're leaving behind. If I can change after 38 years in that cycle, then change is truly possible for anyone. Thank you.
Mr. Burkett, thank you so much for your bravery in coming to talk to us today, and this is undoubtedly one of the best parts of our job, is to hear such success stories, because it is a constant reminder to this board about what our jobs are really all about, and it also about how their efforts, their individual efforts as part of teams, can lead to true change in human lives. And so, Mr. Stray, I also say that, you know, that your participation in this type of presentation is highly valued as well, because it is reflective, as you said, of an entire team of parole officers who are out there affecting this change. So, so thank you so much to both of you for helping to illustrate what this is really all about. Any other comments or thoughts, Pastor Sprinkle?
I would just say that hearing these stories, yes, every board meeting reminds us that this is a significant success point in meeting our mission. This is exactly what we're about, and I know you were saying that just now, Chairman, but how encouraging it is. Thank you, Mr. Burkett.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks again for being here. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.21, entitled Continuity of Care and Service Program for Offenders who are persons with mental impairments, physical disabilities, terminal or significant illnesses, or who are elderly. TDCJ's General Counsel, Ms. Stephanie Greger, is now at the podium, and when you are ready, Ms. Greger, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman, members, and Mr. Lumpkin. This item is a proposed amendment to Board Rule 159.21. The proposed amendments revise the title to Continuity of Care and Services Program for offenders who are elderly, have a mental impairment or physical disability, or have significant or terminal illness. The amendments also revise Section A of the rule to remove the Memorandum of Understanding as an attachment, and they make edits for clarity and grammar. The amendments will be posted in the Texas Register and available for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions from members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.21, Continuity of Care and Service Program for offenders who are persons with mental impairments, physical disabilities, terminal or significant illnesses, or who are elderly, end quote, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair General Welch. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Board Secretary Ms. Ziker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.3, entitled Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures. Ms. Greger, please proceed.
This item proposes the adoption of amendments to Board Rule 151.3, Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures. The amendments make minor grammatical updates. They were published in the Texas Register, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.3, Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures, as published in the Texas Registrar, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Ms. Sydney Ziker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.55, entitled Disposal of Surplus Agricultural Goods and Agricultural Personal Property. Please proceed, Ms. Greger.
This item relates to the adoption of amendments to Board Rule 151.55. The amendments make minor grammatical edits. They were posted in the Texas Register, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, you do, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.55, Disposal of Surplus Agricultural Goods and Agricultural Personal Property, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
Thank you. I have a motion on this item from Judge Johnson. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Judge Johnson. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next agenda item is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed adoption of new Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.81, entitled Housing of Inmates. Ms. Greger, please proceed.
Thank you. This rule states that inmates shall be housed in compliance with state and federal law. The rule is created in compliance with Senate Bill 8, which was passed during the 89th Second Special Session, and codified in Texas Government Code Section 3002.054. The rule was published in the Texas Register, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt new Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.81, Housing of Inmates, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. TDCJ's Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ron Steffa, will be presenting on this item. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Mr. Steffa, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. Today, I will be bringing 33 purchases before you for your consideration and approval. They can be found on pages 45 through 49 behind tab G of your booklet. Item 1 is an increase to the fiscal year 23-26 contract for design professional services due to an increase in those services. Item 2 is an increase to the fiscal year 24-25 contract for case management and continuity of care, which services Dallas, Ellis, Hunt, Kaufman, Navarro, and Waqua counties. Item 3 and 4 are increases to the fiscal year 26 residential and outpatient substance abuse treatment services for Odessa and Fort Worth due to increased utilization. Item 5 is an increase to the fiscal year 26 inmate mortuary and funeral services contract. Item 6 is an increase to the fiscal year 26 food contract for the Keegan's unit. Item 7 is an increase to the fiscal year 27 electronic monitoring contract for radio frequency and global positioning services equipment and monitoring services. Item 8 is a fiscal year 27 purchase of food items for inmate consumptions. Categories are provided that breaks out information for the board. And for this item, we are requesting a 10% variance to accommodate any fluctuations in pricing or usage. Item 9 is for fiscal year 27 purchases of commissary items for sale in the unit commissaries. It also provides a breakout by category for your information, and we are also requesting a 10% variance on this item to account for any fluctuations in pricing or sales. Item 10 is a fiscal year 27 contract for metal aluminum coil for the manufacturing of license plates. Item 11 is a fiscal year 27 contract for FedEx courier and delivery services. Item 12 is a fiscal year 27 contract for cellular telephone equipment and services. Item 13 is a fiscal year 27 renewal for the inmate banking warehouse management point of sale application and parole fee management contract, and that is the one that you heard the presentation on earlier this morning. Item 14 is a renewal for the fiscal year 27 food contract for the Keegan's unit. Item 15 is a renewal for the fiscal year 27 inmate and mortuary funeral services contract. Item 16 is a renewal for the fiscal year 27 contract for bleaching and pre-shrinking of fabric produced at the Estelle Unit Textile Mill. Item 17 is a renewal for the fiscal year 27 substance abuse felony punishment facility, intermediate sanction facility, substance use treatment program, cognitive intervention program, and driving while intoxicated program for the East Texas Treatment Facility. Items 18 through 23 are renewals for the fiscal year 27 contracts for operation and management of community residential and reentry services in Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Edinburgh, and El Paso. Items 27 residential outpatient substance abuse treatment services in Amarillo, Plainview, Lubbock, Odessa, Del Valle, El Paso, Brenham, Bryan, Belmead, Fort Worth, Weatherford, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Victoria, Conroe, Houston, and Henderson. And item 33 is a renewal for the fiscal year 27 contract for body-worn cameras. That includes the purchases, and I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa. Any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show that I abstained from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. We now come to the chairman's report, and there are two items on the chairman's report for today. The first item on the chairman's report is our board's recognition of the significance of today, June the 19th, on which we conduct this meeting. June 19th is more properly remembered in Texas and across the nation by its shortened form of reference, Juneteenth, as we also celebrate and have celebrated the 250th anniversary of our nation's birth and the signing of our country's Declaration of Independence. We also take a moment to recognize that Juneteenth marks a truly historic date in the story of our great nation. It was, as we will recall, on June the 19th of 1865 that United States Army General Gordon Granger stood on Galveston Island and read General Order Number 2, which delivered a short but powerful message, and I quote, "The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all enslaved people are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and the formerly enslaved, and the relations heretofore existing become that between employer and hired labor." And so, how did it come to be that despite President Lincoln's signature on the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, and the eventual surrender of the Confederacy at Appomattox in April of 1865, that emancipation was not enforced in Texas and frankly other parts of the country until June? We remember, as we now live in the information age, that there was no email, no instant messaging, no social media, and no modern communications infrastructure back in the 1860s. News traveled slowly across great distances, and Union forces had not yet fully occupied Texas at the end of the war. As a result, it was only with the arrival of General Granger and Union troops in Texas in June of 1865 that emancipation was formally announced and then enforced. And so as we hold our meeting literally on Juneteenth, 2026, we as a board recognize the importance of remembering the past that has led us to where we are today. And we are very grateful as a board that TDCJ creates and fosters an environment, and it's not just TDCJ, let me amend this, TDCJ and the Windham School District create and foster an environment in which employees and members of the population can commemorate this and other very important parts of our shared history. As any of our board members can tell you from their unit visits, and as you saw earlier in the meeting from the display of the America 250 theme murals, there is history contained in the walls of our TDCJ units. And as you see in the PowerPoint presentation before you, there is a shared history displayed on the walls of those units. In addition, through programming offered by TDCJ and the Windham School District, employees and population, everyone can learn about this history, including Juneteenth, and celebrate it. And I can tell you that was at the Wynn unit yesterday, went to a number of different classes, including 2 classes in which the class of students was very carefully and appropriately discussing the history of Juneteenth and its significance not just for Texas, but the entire country. And as I told the students as I talked to them yesterday, I have definitely included their thoughts and their reactions to the significance of Juneteenth in my remarks here today. And so I would now ask our board member and former vice chair of the board, Judge Faith Johnson, to share her thoughts on this very important day in our nation's history.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about something for a moment. And just indulge me. I want everybody to close your eyes, and that includes the chairman and all the board members, just for a few seconds. Everybody got their eyes closed? Okay. I want you to envision, just for yourself, if you were bound, restricted, you couldn't do what you wanted to do, you couldn't eat what you wanted to eat, you couldn't go where you wanted to go, and you were pretty much bound, confined. And this happened for years and years, and maybe even decades for you and your family. And what if you were already free, meaning you weren't even bound anymore, but you didn't even know about it? What if the laws had changed, your rights had been recognized, your future had been transformed, yet you continue living as if nothing had happened because the news never reached you? For thousands of enslaved men, women, and children in Texas, that was not a hypothetical question. It was their reality. You can open your eyes now. When President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January the 1st, 1863, freedom was declared right then and there. Yet for many enslaved people in Texas, freedom would not arrive until June 19th, 1865, which was 2.5 years later, when Union troops reached Galveston and announced that they were free. That day became known as Juneteenth. As a judge, I spend my days working with a system built on the rule of law, working with a system that really believes in justice. In fact, in Isaiah 61:8, even the Lord loves justice. He said, I love it. I don't like robbery. I don't like wrongdoing. Juneteenth reminds us that the law matters, but laws alone are not enough. Justice is not measured simply by what is written on paper. Justice is measured by whether or not people experience the rights, freedom, and protection they have been promised in those laws. Juneteenth is therefore more than a celebration of the end of slavery in Texas. It is a reminder that freedom must be protected, justice must be pursued, and equality must be more than an aspiration. It must be a reality. Today we honor the tenacity of those who endured unimaginable hardship while refusing to surrender hope. We honor those who believe in a better future even when they could not yet even see it. And we honor those whose sacrifices helped move our nation closer to its founding promise that all people are actually created equal. At the same time, Juneteenth calls us not only to remember history, but to learn from that history. It reminds us that progress is possible. It reminds us that unity is stronger than division. And it reminds us that every generation has a responsibility to leave its community better than it found it. Looking around today, I see people from different backgrounds and different experiences. That diversity is one of our greatest strengths. It reflects the richness of our community and the promise of our nation. The story of Juneteenth is ultimately a story of hope. It is a story of people who endured. It is the story of a promise fulfilled. And it is the story of a nation continuing its journey toward liberty and justice for all. May we honor that legacy not only with our words today, but with our actions tomorrow. Happy Juneteenth. May God bless each of us. May God bless our community. And may God bless our great country, these United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Johnson, for those powerful words.
Oh, you're welcome.
The next item on our chairman's report is the announcement and timing of the opening of the Brian Collier Leadership and Training Center. And you see the an artist's description or depiction of that center on the screen. As we all know, the center is named for Mr. Lumpkin's predecessor in office, Mr. Brian Collier. And as we have stated as a board previously, Mr. Collier's decades of leadership, commitment to rehabilitation, commitment to justice in the way that the judge just talked about, and dedication to the men and women of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice shaped the agency in profound and lasting ways. It is thus fitting and deeply meaningful that this facility, which will prepare generations of TDCJ employees for service, carries his name. This facility represents a major investment in the future of our workforce, and I need to take a moment to also thank our state leadership in legislature in recognizing the importance of this facility. And the facility also reflects the ongoing commitment to strengthening professional development across the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Now, one of the core design priorities for the center was flexibility. So this space was intentionally designed to adapt to a wide array of training needs. And so the main training center will total 43,195 square feet and will include the following: modern classrooms that can be divided for multi-use, assembly space for large groups, administrative offices and conference rooms, a recording studio for curriculum development, a virtual reality training room, talk again about modernization, staff support areas such as break rooms, exercise spaces, and lockers, a mock cell demonstration area so that our new correctional officers, and I guess as a matter of continuing education, our valued existing correctional officer workforce will be able to train in that area. A dedicated physical training space with an overhead catwalk for observation, as well as a commissary. And within each classroom, infrastructure supports multiple seating configurations, allowing the space to be tailored to the specific instructional method being used. The large physical training room, for example, can be either used as an open area to simulate real-world conditions or converted into a situational training environment with a constructed set of scenarios. The mock cell, as I said, can also serve as a static training area or can be used for larger training groups. With respect to the barracks, I think if we move on to the next slide, the barracks will add 11,407 square feet. These barracks will feature a small living room with a kitchenette, along with 4 separate dormitory spaces accommodating a total of 80 participants, designed to house male and then female attendees. Each dormitory bay is equipped with its own restroom and shower facilities, ensuring comfort and convenience for all trainees during their stay. And I even think there's going to be a barbecue pit out there for people like me who are inclined to work the grill, if I got that correct. In another feature that has certainly drawn my attention, and I'm sure the attention of a lot of folks who make responsible use of firearms, the facility has a separate structure housing a state-of-the-art firing range. This enclosed firing range, which you see displayed on the screen before you, will comprise 8,933 square feet. The facility features an indoor 6-lane, 50-yard firing range, supported by dedicated spaces for weapon issue, control, and cleaning. It will also include an office, restroom, and additional support areas to ensure safe, efficient, and well-managed firearms training operations. And I have walked it. I think other members of the board have walked it, and I can confirm for everyone that it will be a first-class facility for firearms training and qualification. Altogether, as we've discussed, the total gross square footage of new construction is 63,535 square feet. We are all thrilled about the amount of space that will be dedicated soon to the success and growth of our staff. We also thank Vaughn Construction. We call them out. Vaughn Construction has served and continues to serve as a primary contractor. And Vaughn has brought in several subcontractors with strong past performance on TDCJ projects. Each of these partners, the contractor and the subs, has contributed significantly to ensuring the training center is functional, innovative, and built for long-term success. Also, very importantly, in design is a memorial wall that will be positioned between the main building and that separate building I mentioned earlier, which is the firing range. The architect and engineering team are designing the wall elements to coordinate with the building's overall appearance. Once this project is completed, it will serve as a lasting special tribute to our fallen officers and will make sure that everyone who comes to that facility will understand that we never forget for 1 minute those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for the public safety of all Texans through their service with TDCJ. Now, as we move forward, this facility will become a true hub for training excellence within TDCJ. It will support up to 400 participants at any given time and will provide the tools, spaces, and technology needed to prepare staff for the complex challenges of their roles. This facility will serve employees across all divisions, including leadership development programs, the Parole Officers Training Academy, the Advanced Correctional Officer Training Academy, crisis response teams, and I believe there's also going to be coordination to allow our valued members of the Windham School District team to be able to use those facilities as well. So in closing, we look forward to the grand opening and dedication of the Collier LTC in September and hosting our first board meeting in that facility this coming November. And I believe we have a short video to show regarding the training facility and its progress.
When you look at this building, everything is designed for flexibility. The layout in the main building is fairly simple. Everything's laid off of 3 basic hallways where we have the 3 classrooms that can be opened up into either a 1, 2, 3, or 4 configuration, depending on what they're needed for. They do have exits off to the east of the building into a fenced area so that they can do training on vehicle searches, managing people in a bus, or whichever they need to do. Then when we come off this other hallway, we have another 3 rooms that can be opened up into a 1, 2, or 3 configuration, along with a virtual reality training room with a control room. We have another hallway that leads to another room that can be a 1 or a 2 and permanent staff offices. One of the nicer things about this building is a miniature, sort of a mock-up cell block and a physical training area so they can act through different scenarios. As you go at the back of the building, it goes straight into the 4-bay dormitory. Bay would be male or female with their own separate restrooms and shower facilities. They do have a common area with a kitchenette. And then behind everything else is our indoor shooting range. It's 50 yards. It's rated for up to a .308 rifle. So we're trying to capture everything that they could possibly use. This building here is around 95 to 96% complete. We go over to the dormitory, and it's about 92 to 94% complete. And then we go over to the range. We're around the 98. We're wrapping up the little things. Our original contract completion date goal was the 22nd of July. It's still the 22nd of July. We are going to do some additional work, but we're going to be substantially complete on or before that date.
So in closing, again, I want to thank first and foremost our state leadership and our legislature in supporting this effort that will provide great dividends to the public safety of all the people of the state of Texas. And on behalf of our entire board, I want to express our appreciation to the men and women of the TDCJ Facilities Division, the Training and Leadership Development Division, and others throughout TDCJ who have contributed to advance this project and make it a reality. So with that, that ends the chairman's report, and the next item on our agenda will be a report from the TDCJ Executive Director, Mr. Lumpkin. I understand you also have 2 topics for us here today, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Welch, Secretary Zeiger, members. And before I start my report, just to comment on the training center, and you see we're getting so close to the state of the art that we've not had in any of our careers here in this room, or the thousands out across the agency. So very exciting for that to come on soon. We actually had the Federal Bureau of Prisons was in this week to spend some time, and actually were able to walk the footprint across the interstate here. So very exciting times. As you mentioned, we have a ribbon cutting towards the end of September and the board meeting in November, but more to come, and looking forward to how it will serve the progression of the agency and moving forward, and modernization of how we train our staff. As mentioned this morning, I have 2 items I'd like to report out on, and the first one is one of a kind and never done before inside the agency, and that was a daddy-daughter dance hosted on April 25th at the Wainwright unit here in Region 1. It was an evening that brought together 13 incarcerated fathers and their daughters. All of the fathers were participants of the Windham School District's Family Literacy Program, a program designed to strengthen family engagement. This event expanded their teachings into a night everyone will always remember. For many of these fathers, this was a first. First time wearing a suit, the first time experiencing a formal event they had never had growing up. And for one father, the first time with his daughters since she was born. A lot of work and heart and vision went into this event, and I'm proud to report on that event's success today. Multiple TDCJ Visions partnered with Windham School District, Prison Fellowship, and Therapon Theological Seminary and Bible College for a memory of a lifetime. Staff and volunteers turned the unit's chapel and gymnasium, as you can see in the pictures, into a beautiful atmosphere, complete with a red carpet, themed decorations, activity stations, and a formal dining space. Fathers received suits donated by a Rehabilitation and Reentry Division. One father said seeing himself in the mirror helped him imagine a different future. The Texas Restaurant Foundation made sure every daughter felt like royalty. 20 daughters were provided dresses, shoes, jewelry, and accessories. And one little girl was so in love with her dress, even today, we hear that she still tries to wear it almost every day since the event. The event began with daughters walking the red carpet into the arms of their fathers, a moment filled with emotion and significance, and certainly for the fathers and the families, but for many of us that were in attendance as well, including our correctional staff. Guests participated in photos, activities, a line dance, and a limbo competition before sharing a sit-down dinner prepared by Windham's Culinary Arts class at the Ferguson unit and served by Lee College's Culinary Arts students at Wainwright. On the next slide, we have a video to share with you. We are proud of our staff.
Right, side, back. Y'all are doing good. Forward, side, back, together.
Right now, we rehearse for a daddy-daughter dance for the program we're taking in Windham. At first, I wasn't expecting it, but then it caught my eye oh, this could be something good to do. with my daughter. I think it's going to be able to help me get closer to my daughter and her open up more to me because we don't really spend that much time, and this is helping me get more closer to her. I think it's important because just the relationship to have with the father, to know what a male figure is supposed to be like and be a role model, so she can know what a role model is supposed to be. Well, they had some people come and fit us because we're going to be wearing suits, and they came and got all our sizes to make sure that everything's ready for the dance.
Tuck this piece into this loop.
So maybe pants to tie it all together? Yeah.
And then you'll pull it all the way through.
Yeah. All right, listen.
How you feeling?
I'm excited, very excited. Nervous, excited. It's just, there ain't no feelings, words I can put into my feelings right now. My hopes for tonight is not to cry, not to sit and tear, but, just to know who my daughter is, let her know how much I love her, to physically have that, contact with her. So, you know what I mean?
I'm talking about.
Yeah, when you put them over, when you overlap there.
How you feeling?
Nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Because I never did this with any of my other girls. My hope for tonight is to just have fun and try to start a new tradition with my kids. I done talked to my other girls about it since they older, and I didn't get a chance to do it with them. Once I get out, I plan on doing the same thing with them whenever I get out.
Never thought, that I would be able to have a custody class or level that would allow me to be able to come and participate in something like this, or wear a suit for that matter. Oh, I feel awesome. I feel honored. I feel like I'm setting a good example. Like, these are things that I was not going to be able to get the past life I was living. I believe she's proud of me, and I'm definitely proud of her and how she's grown up to be a young woman, and I feel like that now our comfortability level is going to be more to where I can, we can just talk about anything now. So many emotions are going through me right now that, I was nervous, kind of calm, a little weight's been taken off my shoulder. It's just mixed emotions right now. I had my daughter Addison, 15 years old, hadn't seen her since she was about 8, and then now she's wearing high heels and taller than me. Oh, I definitely see very beneficial. It definitely, over the past few months that I was in the parenting class, the family literacy class, it opened up my eyes and brought me to a willingness to do more for my children, my daughter, and maybe help other kids that or their friends. You never know. But this was definitely an opportunity that I almost missed out on, and I'm glad I did.
I love you.
I love you more.
The best day ever.
April 25th, 2026.
Again, the video speaks for itself, but just a time in the progression of the agency and the continued strengthening of the family bonds, reunification with families, and as mentioned, first time for one of the gentlemen to see his daughter since birth. So just proud of our staff, our partners, so many that there was a lot of planning, a lot of calls, a lot of discussions to plan this event. Again, the first time for us. So learning moments for us as well, but also want to take time to thank the board for the support of this event. Ms. Zachary, thank you so much for not only attending, but assisting in the planning. And again, this is just a testament of building on the success. TDCJ will continue developing opportunities to support rehabilitation and reentry and additional events like this.
And before you get on to your second item, I sure hope that video is going to be proudly displayed on our website. I think it is, because I think Dr. Fernandez, you're here in the back. Right. So I think I saw where the father-daughter dance is prominently displayed and you can easily navigate to it. So that I think that it's not just going to be folks in this room that are tearing up a little bit. I think there's going to be a lot of people out there in the world who are going to be tearing up. So thank you for that.
No, absolutely, and getting to see the video a few times on our social media platform, I took a little indulgence and watched some of the crowd watch the video for the first time, and emotions that I see, and and their expressions for an event like this.
Ms. Zucker?
You know, Mr. Lumpkin, thank you for allowing this to occur within one of our units. I know that a lot of people worked very hard on this event, and we're very excited about it. And not only is it something that feels really good and we're really grateful for, but also I really appreciate the research that's gone on on the back end for why we do this. Yes, it's really lovely for us to see those embraces and that time spent, but there are so much research that shows that positive and meaningful connections with families positively correlate with successful reentry. So this is exactly why we do what we do, and it was exceptionally well done. Not only from the planning to the actual event, but all the way following through. We noticed things like, hey, we should be really checking on these men. This is a hard thing to have that experience and then come down from that experience, and the care for their mental health and their well-being and the families and the caregivers and the daughters. Everything was really well done, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you to everyone to make it happen. My second item this morning I want to share is that the agency will this morning introduce our new core values here at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, HEART. These values, HEART, stand for honor, empathy, accountability, respect, and trust. They represent not only who we are today, but who we must continue to become as an agency. It's been a decade since our previous core values were established, and in that time, much has changed in corrections both across the country and here in Texas. Today, and as I mentioned earlier, 95% of the individuals in our system will return to Texas communities. Rehabilitation is not simply a goal, it is an essential part of public safety. The work we do still requires strength, discipline, and commitment, but it also demands empathy, accountability, and trust. At TDCJ, we have always served the state of Texas with dedication. But as our mission evolves, so must the values that guide our daily work. Our staff and leadership carry immense responsibility, and these principles provide a clear foundation for how we serve, how we support one another, and how we lead. The next slide, our first core value, honor. Serve with pride, principle, and responsibility. Empathy. Show every individual dignity and kindness. Accountability. Take ownership of our actions through transparency and a commitment to doing what is right. Respect. Treat every person with professionalism and respect. And trust. Build and uphold our credibility through consistency, honesty, and integrity. And as I wrap up here in a minute, I just want to back up on those core values and say it's not something that, and you'll see us push out several pieces of social media here soon expanding on HEART, but it's not something that's starting on June 19th, 2026. This is a foundation we build upon that we have served with empathy, we have served with accountability, respect, and trust, but continue to build upon that who we are today. Transparency. We are transparent. We're not perfect. We have hiccups. We have speed bumps, and when those happen, we're transparent about them, and we learn from them, and we move forward from them and make sure that we do everything we can do that it doesn't happen again. The new core values reflect the reality of modern corrections, where empathy and respect are not signs of weakness at all, but tools to support safer environments. Staff can set firm boundaries, follow policies, and maintain security while still treating people with dignity, consistency, and fairness. By using calm communication, de-escalation techniques, and professional conduct, we can prevent incidents, reduce tension, and support rehabilitation. Ultimately, HEART promotes order, respect, and safer conditions for our staff and our inmates. To lead with HEART means we don't just uphold these values individually, we model them collectively. It means we empower one another, elevate our standards, and move forward with purpose in our mission to protect the public and transform lives. I think we have a short video here, and then I'll wrap up.
It has given me a better base, better respect for myself, better integrity. It makes me hold myself to a higher standard within my professional career, knowing that I represent not just myself, I'm representing the agency as a whole. And it's about doing what's best for the agency. It's what's best for that employee in my new role within human resources. It's helping them. We're here for them.
I think it's important that we all be the employee that we want to work with, the staff person who you want to be your coworker. At Victim Services, it definitely plays a role when we're serving victims, but it also plays a role in just being the person that is supportive of their coworkers, like understanding their viewpoint and how they're feeling, and that I would be able to do the same. And I think that applies to anywhere at TDCJ.
Oh, accountability's 24 hours a day. I have to be accountable not only to the MAL headquarters with all our crops and our livestock and everything we do there, but also have to be accountable to these inmates to teach them trades and to teach them skills, and also to provide food to put in the kitchens.
It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who you are. You treat everyone the way that you would like to be treated. I do respect them. In turn, they show the respect for me that I show for them.
I try to do my best to be here. I push myself to come here because I know they need me and I know they count on me. I was talking to all of them and I broke down because I really do care. So that makes me feel good when some of them come to me, and that we always here. If they struggling, just come on down here.
And I'll add in the end is that the refresh and rebranding of our core values is not a vision of Bobby Lumpkin. It's a vision of our entire agency, and those that were a huge part to bring this together and give it a lot of thought of where we are today, where we've been recently, and where we're moving going forward. Our previous core values, commitment, courage, integrity, and perseverance, those are not out the window. Those are absolutely about heart, about honor, empathy, accountability, respect, and trust. And I just ask us as an agency, as we have, but as we can also do better, to move forward and also always continue to lead with heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin, and you appropriately are thanking an entire team, but we appreciate your leadership in this restatement of the core values. And the other thing you said is very important too. This is not a situation where these values, this is the first time that these values are being implemented across the agency. It's a restated commitment. It's a dedication to continuous improvement over time. And so again, thank you for your leadership on this initiative as well. Any other thoughts or comments on the executive director report? If not, it is 10:50, so we are going to take another 5-minute break, and we'll try to get back on at 10:55. please. Our meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is back in session, and next on our agenda is a report from TDCJ's Information Technology Director, Ms. Tina Clark, who will be presenting a status update on information technology initiatives. I see you're at the podium, Ms. Clark, so when you're ready, please begin.
Is it on? That's it, right there. Oh, I couldn't see the red. Pardon me. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. I'm presenting on the status of a few of IT's highest priority projects this morning. The first project, the information technology, or the technology enhanced inmate count, remains in the execution phase and is 49% complete. As of this week, all equipment have been received and user acceptance has started, or user acceptance testing has started. The project is on track to go live by the end of July 2026 with an estimated project cost of $750,000. The second project, the inmate banking project, which Ms. Gonzalez presented on earlier, is currently in the execution phase and has achieved 55% completion, with $1.7 million expended from the allocated budget to date. The project remains on track for completion in November 2026. The third initiative, the Centralized Accounting Payroll and Personnel System, CAPS, remains in the execution stage and has reached 85% completion. Although the project remains classified as high risk, we continue to move forward toward the go-live date of July 13th, 2026. As we continue to move forward on that, the team is spending a great deal of time testing, training, and preparing for go-live support. Item number 4, the broadband connectivity and video surveillance projects remain in the pre-solicitation phase, and the projected contract award is now scheduled for February of 2027. The overall project completion date continues to be targeted for August of 2028. The fifth project, Corrections Information Technology System, CITS 2.0, is moving forward with the Offender Management System software solicitation being in the procurement evaluation phase. Since our last meeting, vendor demonstrations and negotiations were conducted. Best and final offers have been requested and are due June 24th, with a plan for the vendor selection to be presented to the board for approval in August of 2026 for a contract execution of September 2026. The sixth initiative, the Office of the Inspector General's Crime Management System, is behind schedule. However, significant progress was made for the solicitation as it was posted on May 1st and closed on June 15th, transitioning the project into the evaluation phase since the last board meeting. This project is now projected to have a contract execution date of December of 2026. The seventh project, the Learning Management System, remains in the pre-solicitation phase and is currently behind schedule. This solicitation, however, was recently returned from the state's contract advisory team and is now being revised to be released, and the new projected completion date for contract execution is December 2026. That concludes my updates. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark, for your report. Any comments or questions from the board? If not, thank you, and we look forward to continued progress on these initiatives. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transactions, request for a new electrical easement to install an additional electrical communications cabinet, Wayne Scott Unit, Richmond, Texas. TDCJ Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division Director, Mr. Bill Lewis, who you heard from earlier today, will be presenting on this topic. Mr. Lewis, when you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning again, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin.
Board members, today I've got 4 land transactions I'll be presenting before you requesting for the board to approve. All of these transactions include the language requiring indemnification as a grantee's responsibility in the most favored nation clause. Compensation was negotiated at current geographical appraisal values. Windstream East Texas LLC requests a new easement for 1 electrical cabinet located at the Wayne Scott unit. The easement includes an area approximately of 0.280 acres or 12,196 feet long by 20 feet wide. This request includes temporary workspace for an approximate total of 0.984 acres. Windstream East has offered no compensation for this new easement as it provides significant benefit to the unit for a term of perpetuity. I stand pause for your vote.
Any questions or comments to Mr. Lewis on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a new electrical easement to install an additional electrical communications cabinet at the Wayne Scott unit in Richmond, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion on this item from Mr. Garza. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Garza. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Lewis, your next item.
AEP Texas Incorporated requests renew an expiring easement for 1 electrical transmission line located at the Conley unit. The easement includes an area of approximately 18.56 acres or 8,084.74 feet long by 100 feet wide. AEP Texas has agreed to pay $218,500 for the renewal of the easement for a 10-year term. I pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to renew an expiring electrical transmission line easement at the Connolly unit in Kennedy, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Sidney Zeiker. A second, please. Second. I have a second from Vice Chair General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transactions, request to renew an expiring natural gas pipeline easement, Connolly Unit, Kennedy, Texas. Mr. Lewis, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Cedar Point Energy Resources Corp. Gas operation request renew an easement at the Connolly unit consisting of an area of 0.0039 acres of land or 17.13 feet long, which equals to 1.3 rods by 10 feet wide for 1 natural gas liquid pipeline. CenterPoint Energy Resources Corp. and Texas Gas Operations has agreed to pay $700 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to renew an expiring natural gas pipeline easement at the Connolly unit in Kennedy, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Johnson. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Judge Johnson, a second from Mr. Garza. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transactions, request to approve 2 restrictive covenants, formerly Jester 1 unit, Richmond, Texas. Mr. Lewis, please proceed.
A recent Texas Commission on Environmental Quality environmental study in Fort Bend County identified groundwater contamination within portions of 2 right-of-way easements and deemed groundwater unsafe for human consumption. Furthermore, a designated 5.7916 acre plume zone has been officially reported as unsuitable for the installation of any new water wells. TCEQ has directed Harvest Green and Fort Bend County residential community to obtain signatures from the Texas Board of Criminal Justice for our 2 easements for 2 restrictive covenants. These covenants apply to 2 tracts of land within the current right-of-way easement between TDCJ and Fort Bend County. Tract 2, consisting of 0.1354 acres located within a portion of 0.392 acre easement, and Tract 4 consisting of 0.4838 acres located within a portion of an 8.63 acre easement. Required restrictive covenants are necessary to institutionalize those safety controls and comply with TCEQ environmental regulations. I stand available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. As I understand it, this was an item presented to the Business and Finance Committee, but this restricted covenant will be, in our view, fully protective of the environmental considerations associated with this plume zone?
Yes, sir. Okay. In our two easements, what it will do, a portion of our two easements are in the plume zone that were identified. And basically what this covenant says is, and us and Harvest Green will not drill a water well in that for human consumption.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to approve two restrictive covenants, formerly Jester 1 unit in Richmond, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion on the item from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. I have a second from Secretary Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We now come to the portion of our board agenda where we hear from our board direct reports. And so first up is going to be a report from the Office of the Independent Auditor. Chief Audit Executive Ms. Renee Russell will be presenting. Ms. Russell, I see you approaching the podium, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Yes, good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members, Mr. Lumpkin. I have a very brief update to the status report that is in your packet already. The first update is on page 1, and that is Project 2512. That is the internal audit self-study. That project is now complete. We are in the midst of our peer review right now, and that project was to prepare us for that peer review. We are expecting an exit from our peer review team on June 30th. On page 2, Audit 2617, inmate custody. We are going to issue a one-page report on that project, so that is in report writing at this time. 2604 is a audit that was postponed pending state auditor's office work. They have completed their work and we have picked it back up, and that has entered the report writing phase. Last on that page, Audit 2603, security staff deployment. We will not complete that project. The agency is taking considerable action in this area to include several pilot programs. We will pause our work in this area and consider it in future audit plans. On the next page, Project 2610 has now been assigned and is in the fieldwork phase. And that concludes the updates to my status report, but if you will indulge me very quickly, while I am up here for a very brief amount of time, this status report represents a lot of work. That work is done by a fantastic team, and I have a good portion of that team with me here today, so I just wanted to recognize them. I have Deputy Chief Audit Executive Cheryl Foreman with me, Director of Support Services Christy Bailey, as well as 4 of our auditors. We lovingly call them our A-team. That is because that is Annabelle Rodriguez, Aaron Dean, Andrew Kruger, and Amy Hurst that is with us today.
If they could stand also so we can recognize the...
I told them to prepare, but they did not want to stand, so I appreciate that.
All right.
So this is... They are why we are able to accomplish this much work. Secondly, I just want to say that while I do not work for the agency and I work directly for the board, I really enjoy the collaboration with the agency, and things that were announced today are things that make me proud of this agency, to include the technical things like inmate banking, but the dad and the daughter daddy dance and things like that are near and dear to my heart as a mom of 2 adopted girls who were adopted from Child Protective Services and whose biological parents were justice-involved individuals. I cannot imagine what that would have meant to my children when they were younger. So I need y'all to quit making me weepy during board meetings, but I just wanted to leave on that. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those.
Well, thank you for your presentation. And even though the presentation at the formal board meeting is short, it is not, the shortness of that is not reflective of all of the time and effort that is spent not just internally within your department, but also the time that is spent with individual members of this board to be apprised of the status of ongoing audit projects, as well as the development of the audit plan for each and every year. So just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody that we do these updates as part of our public record, but your department and all of personnel whom you've recognized today are very much involved with our board on a daily basis. So thank you. Any other comments or thoughts on this? If not, thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is a report from the Office of the Inspector General, and our Inspector General, Mr. Lance Coleman, is here. I see you approaching the podium, Mr. Coleman, so when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members, Mr. Lumpkin. It's always my honor to be up here to showcase some of the successes we're having. And I have to give a shout out to this front row here. If it wasn't for Mr. Lumpkin's staff, Mr. Hudson to my left and behind me, Mr. Guerrero and all his staff, they're our front line of defense on all these cases. So although we get to go put the handcuffs on them and execute the search warrants, the work starts with their COs, and we're very thankful for that partnership. Y'all remember back in January and February, we ran a surge up at the Michael packing plant, and we were really successful with TDCJ up there, and we seized a lot of contraband. A spinoff of that, in the last 6 weeks, we've found some more contraband up there, and this is a picture of all that. More cell phones, duct tape rolls with tobacco, lots of good things that we're seizing there now. A spinoff of that, from the Michael unit packing plant case, we were able to identify 7 suspects that we were able to get arrest and search warrants for or engage in organized criminal activities. So these are all first-degree felonies, and that will play into the end of my presentation today. Judge Johnson, I have some good information for you that you're going to be happy about. In this picture, we've got about 20 one-pound bags of tobacco, iPads, 7 cell phones, minoxidil, which is for hair growth, 4 pairs of Meta sunglasses. I didn't really know what a Meta sunglass was, but I guess it's an AI sunglass that tells you a lot of stuff, and you can talk to it and hear things. Fake IDs, and those sunglasses that you can get them Ray-Ban or Oakley. So they're made for people to be stylish. Also, there was 8 duffel bags, which held a lot of this. That's tobacco on the back row. You can see on the far left in the green, there's a couple of Rolex watches. We have those going to a jeweler to see if they're real. If they are real, they're probably worth about $20,000 a piece. Some grills to make teeth molds, I guess in gold, I don't know for sure, and miscellaneous electronic chargers. But anyway, it was all this came off these 7 individuals that we arrested, and then one of them had a Glock handgun with a 32-round magazine there and about $5,100 in U.S. currency, so we always like seizing the cash. The next one is an investigation that happened over at the beach.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're talking about arresting 7 individuals. You're talking about arresting 7 individuals outside the fence
Free
lines.
World, yes, sir. Free World. We developed search warrants and arrest warrants for 7 individuals that are not incarcerated in TDCJ. People that are supplying this contraband to the units that we identified off of what happened at the Michael packing plant.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next case is a Beto unit case where alert TDCJ staff intercepted at visitation a package they tried to hide it under the Cheetos and Fritos, but it contained 16 cigarettes, 50 grams of methamphetamine, some OxyContin, and some other opioid pain pills. So that was during contact visitation, and they were trying to slide it across to the inmate and get it inside the unit. So that's a good. These are just all these are still ongoing criminal investigations. So no names, but that's the good work of TDCJ, Mr. Lumpkin, Mr. Guerrero. Thank you for your staff for being alert, because they do have to do that. Next picture, that shows you that 50 grams of meth over there on the left-hand side of the cigarettes as they were rolled up in the pills. They were all separate. Another one at the Boyd unit. We had information through our intelligence center, which I need to give them a shout out. Mr. Terry Andrews and Captain John Pugh are doing a bang-up job. We are really coming into our own there, and thank you, Mr. Lumpkin, for supporting that. We intercepted some information that a female was going to be trying to smuggle this in, so as she came into the unit, we got with her, OIG intercepted her with TDCJ and a female CO. She confessed to it, and she had this hidden on her person to smuggle into visitation, and it had 4 sheets of paper laced with K2. There's 28 grams of that, and 3 grams of tobacco. But every little bit helps. And then, like I said, we're a year and a half, I'm a year and a half in being your Inspector General, which is my dream job. I'm so appreciative and honored to have been selected for that. And I just want to let you know, we're starting to get those convictions now. Judge Johnson, Chairman, you know that it takes a while for criminal cases to get to trial. So we had the Telford 23, that's what we've named it now. We got our first conviction up there last week. They went to trial the 6th to the 10th. It was a jury trial. First Assistant District Attorney Kelly Crisp, who is the DA-elect, prosecuted that. And I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to give them any notoriety, but our first defendant, it was the mastermind inside the Telford unit. He received 3 life sentences, plus 60 and 60 on 2 different life sentences for a total of 120 and a $10,000 fine. So that's pretty heavy on any stretch of anybody's imagination to add time on top of a life sentence. So we're excited about the other 22. We'll see where they go. We have another former employee that received 10 years in TDCJ for bribery. These are all coming to us. They're going from used to be working for us or in the free world. Now they're coming back in white to be inside. Another one we had sentenced to 10 years in TDC. We have a prison alliance case where one was sentenced to 6 years in TDC. Some of them do get probation, but the good thing about probation is I promise we're going to catch them again, and we'll be able to bring them back. They'll get that probation violated and see if we can't bring them in. 5 years probation and a $3,000 fine. This is a free world person. And then there's an inmate that was involved in this case that received 4 years on top of that. The Ellis Unit Hog Barn, we had a drop over there. We had an individual get 5 years deferred, 75 hours community service, $2,000 fine, and a bunch of restitution. So we are making some headway there. We had a Polonsky drop where the individual received 10 years probation, a $5,000 fine, 100 years of community service. Walls Unit case, a person is a criminal trespass. They got eight days in the county jail and a $780 fine. And then if y'all remember way back, maybe a year and a half ago, we had a case down at Beeville that one of the inmates' grandmother brought in 78 balloons of methamphetamine. Well, she received 5 years in TDCJ, so she's going to be coming into our system. And that's what I have for right now, so I will defer to y'all for any questions or comments.
Well, first and foremost, we appreciate the ongoing work of you and your team to combat these contraband issues. Just in general, obviously, these cases that you're talking about deal with individuals who are involved in getting this contraband into our system, either visitors to visitation or persons involved in organized crime to make drops either outside the fence line or inside the fence line.
Yes, sir.
And so just talk to us just a little bit in general about the efforts that your group in connection with other law enforcement agencies are making to not just get the folks who are involved in the actual transport or drops, but actually trying to work up the chain, so to speak, to make sure that we're getting to the individuals who are responsible for the, in the case of these dangerous synthetics, the manufacture and distribution in ways that are preying on our population.
Yes, sir. So it's our job. Once we make these arrests, it's important to get any cell phones that they have, any laptop computers. We seize those under search warrants. We do research on them. We listen to calls. We try to figure out who they're associated with within our facilities. And we do workups on them. Then if we get enough probable cause to get an arrest warrant, then hopefully we have enough probable cause to get a search warrant, and then go find where they're living, because that's where all this is being manufactured and put together at and being mailed in, dropped in. So we do work at tracking down, going backwards from what we know now, going backwards, and that's where we're becoming very successful, is getting into where they're living. We just had a case that we'll talk about in the next board meeting in Houston, where we end up getting some ledgers, and Bobby or Mr. Lumpkin was talking about. BOP was here, so we met with them at the Fusion Center, and they're very similar to us in size, but everybody, it's our problem as a group. We end up identifying 18 FCI facilities that mail's been sent to them, so we're working with them on that, plus a number of our units, and then 16 states. So we're all working together, and what we're finding here in these search warrants and developing those contacts and those partnerships across the United States, not just here anymore. I know Mr. Fordyce gave y'all a pen that says TDCJ on it, but the main thing is on the back of it, it says it's Texas. Whether you're a Texas Longhorn or Texas Aggie, we're all Texas. We're the best. People look for us for what we're seeing, what we're doing, and that's our job, is to develop and perfect what's going on in contraband interdiction across the United States.
And if you could just, again, tell us the name of the local partner prosecutor who helped with that Telford 23 case?
Yes, Kelly Crisp. She is First Assistant District Attorney, and she's the DA-elect up there.
For which county?
For Bowie County, I'm sorry, yes, sir. Bowie.
So, Jill, can you make sure that we get that? I'm going to send a note for sure because without our community law enforcement and prosecutor partners, we can't achieve this result. So.
And I do have her information for you. And SPU's doing a great job. Most of these cases I just read you, or many of them are SPU cases, but some of the bigger cases, the counties are picking them up.
Yes, and of course, that's a special prosecution unit that is led by Jack Choate, and they are also a very valued partner in this.
Absolutely.
Any other comments or questions, General?
I have two. Earlier, we had a report from our technology division that there was a delay, 8-month delay in the delivery of the OIG crime management system. Can you describe for us what the crime management system will do for OIG, and what impact will the 8-month delay have, assuming it's only 8 months in the end?
Well, obviously, I wish it wasn't 8 months, but this will, when we get this new system, we'll be able to link up with Mr. Lumpkin's staff and they have what they call evidence.com, where they store all their body-worn camera footage. We'll be able to draw that down straight from there, which as opposed to going to the unit, taking a flash drive, and then downloading all that data. And we'll be able to analyze our arrests, our data, all of our communications better, quicker, and coming from one source. And we're very excited about that. Hopefully it will not be 8 months, but I mean, we have to deal with what we have right now. We have a crime system which is antiquated. It was really designed for street police officers, and we're more criminal investigation than street. It's a great system, but it's old now, and a lot of people have vacated that used to use it. So we're very excited about getting that records management system.
Any other comments or questions?
That was our very first jury trial, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And we do have others that are scheduled for jury trial, or do we know yet?
We're 22, the next 22 are up, but hopefully they'll plead out on some, they're looking for a lot of prison time, and, you know, a lot of people are leery to do that, but with this case and adding 60 years on 2 of the life charges, plus the $10,000 fine, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah, good job. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garza, you have I see your...
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you for all the hard work all your staff is doing, and yourself, your leadership, and for noticing the collaboration that other departments, you know, and their staff put together to work together with you also. Appreciate you acknowledging that. I know there's a training coming up. Can you tell the board and the staff what the training is about? And I believe it's in August.
Which, are you talking about the ACIL, the one that's in, drawing a blank here, Nashville?
Yes.
So the ACIL is American, or the Association of Correctional Investigative Leaders, that we put together 2 years ago. So we had our first conference in January in Dallas, and we had 30 states that were here. There's over 40 states coming, so that gives us the opportunity for all the OIG or law enforcement for state prison agencies to collaborate together and work together to unite. And I'm very excited about that, and we're making quick advances with that. A lot of people are very interested, and it gives us those allies that are across the United States.
And I mentioned that because you made that comment, the importance of networking with other people, not only through Texas, but through other states. So thank you for that networking.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fordyce, I saw your microphone come on. Do you have a question?
Mark Dart just told me the same thing I was gonna say, so.
Okay, all right.
I'll be presenting, it'll be good. We're going to present on the Alexander case, which was our tablet case, but I will just tell you that in January, we had everybody fill out what their top 5 problems were across the United States, and we all have the same top 5 problems now. Mr. Lumpkin will tell you that drones are worse in Georgia than they are in Texas. So they're in a different order, but we all are facing the same thing. We have visitation issues, we have employee issues, we have drop issues, we have drone drop issues, mail-in issues. We all have the same problem. So together, like I always tell everybody, it's not my problem or Mr. Lumpkin's problem, it's our problem, and we're going to solve this together, united. And BOP, we talked with them, I really think they'll be in Nashville. They were excited to hear about that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thanks to you and all of your team members for continuing the battle, continuing the fight.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item on the agenda is a report from the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. Independent Ombudsman Director, Mr. Brian Patrick, is presenting today. I see you at the podium, so when you're ready, please proceed.
Yes, sir, and thank you. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. This report covers the period of April 1st through May 31st of this year. During that period, there were 2,825 complaints, 4 of which were from a legislative office. That brings our fiscal year to date total for complaints to 6,524. Some of the top categories of our complaints we have listed here. You can see the top category is other. This category includes parole complaints, complaints on the grievance process or access to grievance forms, transportation complaints, board of pardon and parole referrals, as well as one of several other miscellaneous categories. Here's how the complaints reached us, as well as some translation services that we provide for the agency. And this concludes my presentation. I welcome any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Patrick, and a couple of comments. First of all, I think you heard me say earlier that the new and improved Texas Department of Criminal Justice website is going to be up and running here shortly, I think, maybe even within the next week, maybe, possibly. And so I know that as part of that functionality, that there's going to be easily accessible information about the Office of the Independent Ombudsman, about the best way to contact, and so forth. So I just want to make that comment for those family members, legislators, and others who have inquiries about things that are happening inside the system. And then the second thing is, in terms of modernization, if you can kind of give us an update on, General Welch just asked about the case tracking system for the Office of Inspector General. Kind of give us a quick update about efforts that you are leading to try to modernize the case and inquiry management system within your office.
Yes, sir. When it comes to, we have basically a hierarchy of cases when they come in, and we use a likelihood versus risk assessment when this comes in, likelihood versus impact, I'm sorry. What's the likelihood it occurred versus what is the risk if it did occur? That's how we gauge our cases and determine what's going to become an investigation and what may not. And one of that, the AI IT department here has helped us. They have provided us what we call an AI sentiment analysis. So when an email comes into us, instead of our staff having to read the whole thing, which they do in the end, then to figure out, okay, is this high, is this medium, or is this a low impact? What's the likelihood it occurred? This AI sentiment analysis actually grades it for us and says, based upon keywords that have been put into the system, we assume it to be high likelihood because it mentions suicide, because it mentions assault, because it mentions murder. So that is something which has helped us greatly, because then it allows us a check and balance system. If we think it is high and the AI grades it as high, then obviously it's something that probably should be labeled high. Second is a case management system. I spoke with Mr. Steffa earlier this week, And ITD has created one for the board and pardon and parole. They're going to give me a presentation on that to look at it, see how that may be able to be catered for our use, and I'm excited to do that, you know. Just as Mr. Coleman said, our systems are antiquated. The one that we use is, so we're excited about any kind of updates that we may be able to get.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions, Ms. Zeicher?
I think you clarified this, but just to be crystal clear, the AI system doesn't replace human eyeballs on that complaint, but instead it helps you prioritize and rank so that the team can, I don't know, show attention to the ones that are highest risk, but you still read the whole thing. Our office is still, your office is still analyzing those and making sure that humans are looking at that report.
That's correct. It's checks and balances how I try to explain it. If we look at something, we say, well, we think this is a low probability, we think this is a low likelihood, low risk, but it grades it as high, then that's something we're going to take to the supervisor and say, hey, can you give me a second on this? They may bring it to me and say, we have some disparity here in what's being graded as and what we think it is. Can you look into it? I'm always happy to do that because we want to get it right. Getting it right is vital. So we make sure that, you know, not only is that a tool, it does not replace human eye and human insight when it comes to looking at these.
So in other words, it sounds like a responsible use of AI.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. General Welch?
Yeah, I'm looking, so you have 6,524 complaints, 2026 year-to-date. How big is your staff?
I believe there's 24 total, including me.
Okay, and how's the morale? And how's the work schedule? And are people getting vacations? Is there stress levels? I mean, I'm just curious. That's an awful lot of work for 24 people. I would invite you to come by the office. It is high morale. Everybody loves their job. You know, one of the things that we do is we want people who are competent and capable, but I want people who have a good attitude. I had my first HR director years ago tell me, you hire for attitude, you're trained to do the job. And that's what I've done. I can train you to do what we do. I can't train you to have a good attitude. So morale is high. We don't deny anyone vacation. I can't think of a time that we have, because vacation's important. I encourage my staff to go take a walk around the parking lot. If you're stressed out, you're watching video for 3 or 4 hours, and what happens is just a short blip in that 3 hours when you finally saw it, and it's hard to discern what actually occurred. Go take a walk through the parking lot, clear your head. If you answer the phones and you're taking complaints, you get stressed out, go take a walk through the parking lot, go talk to one of your coworkers. I need you answering that next call like it's the first call of the day, not like it's the 41st. So that is something that we tout in that office. Well, kudos to you, and it takes leadership to keep it going, and we appreciate that, and I will take time and someday.
Yes, sir.
Come on by.
Look forward to it, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. The next agenda item is a report from the Director of the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel, Ms. Wyvon Long. Ms. Long, I see you're coming to the podium, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Over this past couple of months, thank you. Over the past couple of months, we celebrated Administrative Professionals Day in our office. The importance of this, I think, is that the people that support our attorneys gain an appreciation for what they do and why it's important and why the attorneys are able to do their work, while the administrative professionals, legal assistants, are doing the work that they have to do to ensure the attorneys are successful. We welcome 2 new attorneys. Mr. Lowell Kendall is an attorney with about 27 years of criminal experience, and he was tired of trying to find clients, he said, and he lives in San Antonio, so he's a great fit for some of those counties, Beeville and Carnes, and he is working our criminal cases down there. And then Mr. Brian Rogers, who is in Humble, who is only 5 years, been an attorney for 5 years, and is excited to get into the courtroom. So he is going to be working with our civil team, and he is, I think, actually prepping for his first trial on Monday, and he will be, of course, with a very seasoned attorney, but he's very excited about that. We're thrilled to have both of these gentlemen with us. This is our stats, and I'll just tease out a few numbers for you all. Over the past couple of months, we've opened 245 cases. We've closed 199 cases. We have about 1,200 active cases at any one time. those cases are weighted differently. And so some of those cases are very labor intensive. We're going to trial next week and we're doing depositions and we're prepping. And cases that come in that are biennial review cases, we may not do anything other than introduce ourselves to that client and encourage them because we're really going to be looking at their case in 2 years, although we have the case now active in our office. Correspondence, we've handled over 4,300 pieces of correspondence in that 2 months. This is, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, a very short 2-minute and 7 seconds, I think, video of individuals in our office. And we're going to use it in recruiting. And I have to say thank you to Mr. Mike Jones, to Dr. Hernandez and her people, Genevieve Anderson, and then Mauricio Prieto. Mauricio followed us around to courthouses and units and got some really good footage, and then he distilled it down. And so it's people in our office talking about why they do the work we do and why they enjoy it.
This office is a really good office. It's not hard to stay motivated. We all work together as a team, and if we have any issues, we help each other. I love coming in. I love doing my job. This is interesting to me, and it keeps me focused, and it keeps me going to be positive and helping people.
The best part of my job is getting to talk to the inmates. I like to see what they come up with, what is their line of defense, or they think their line of defense is, whether they tell me that's what I want to hear, or what they actually believe that's what the defense is. That's my favorite part of the job. You can do your work independently, but if you have to have help, you're not looked upon as being less than. You can just go and say, hey, I need help, I don't understand this, and you have the support that you need here to do your job.
You stay motivated because the people you help don't have anybody else, right? You are the person who, by virtue of your profession, has been chosen to step up and fight for them. And if you don't do it, there's a real possibility nobody else will.
Being a public defender is actually a very rewarding job. I think that people deserve a defense, whether they can pay for it or not. I do feel like it's important that they have someone to stand by them and advocate for them.
If you're someone that just does like helping people, but you want to get paid for them, I mean, you come to a place like this or any public defender's office, and I mean, every case you take, that person's not paying you, and they're not all appreciative of it. It's nice when it does happen, but I don't think that's why any of us do it.
We also do habeas, like helping inmates out with their cases. Got an innocent guy out of prison, and I don't think I'll ever top that in my entire career. I mean, I've been an attorney for 30-something years now. That's by far the best thing I've ever done.
I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. It's an excellent video. So I'll make the same comment I made earlier, that I sure hope that that's going to be accessible to folks through the newly revamped website. And I'm sure we'll all work together to make sure that that happens. Any other comments or questions from any members of the board? If not, Ms. Long, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our last agenda item for today's Texas Board of Criminal Justice meeting is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the selection of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, or PREA Ombudsman. The PREA Ombudsman reports directly to this board and coordinates efforts to protect against sexual abuse and sexual harassment in TDCJ correctional facilities in a manner consistent with the Federal Prison Rape Elimination Act. The PREA Ombudsman serves as an independent office to review the efficacy of PREA compliance efforts at TDCJ units and other facilities housing persons released on parole. The PREA Ombudsman's office also has dedicated and trained staff, and we are blessed to have them, who conduct investigations of allegations of sexual abuse and sexual harassment, and works to address the results of these investigations and these compliance audits. In doing this work, the PREA Ombudsman's Office also serves as a point of contact on PREA-related issues with families of members of TDCJ's populations, elected officials, and advocacy groups. Basically, the PREA Ombudsman's Office serves as a set of this board's eyes, ears, and voice to make sure that we are doing everything we can to preserve human dignity and safety against victimization in TDCJ facilities and other privately run facilities in our criminal justice system. So following the announcement of the retirement of the previous PREA Ombudsman, the board composed a selection committee to engage in a nationwide search process for her successor. And as that process was underway, the board appointed an interim ombudsman, Mr. James Booker. Mr. Booker, are you still here, sir? Are you here in the... Oh, Mr. Booker just walked in, so we appointed an interim ombudsman, Mr. Booker, and on behalf of the board, first and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Booker publicly, as we've done privately, for stepping forward to serve in that interim role. So, Mr. Booker, if you would stand, thank you, sir. And thank you, sir, for serving in this most important role at an interim basis to make sure that we have continuity of our compliance efforts with PREA. So thank you for that, sir.
All right. Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkins, board members, I want to extend the most sincere gratitude for having the faith and trusting me to lead the department on an interim basis. I won't take this lightly, and hopefully that we'll move forward in a better direction as the decision is made later.
Well, again, thank you, sir, and also thanks, as we've done consistently, I hope, throughout the program today. I sure hope that everyone, every member of the team appreciates the confidence and the appreciation that this board has for achieving this very, very important mission. So
Yes,
thanks to you, Mr. Booker, but also thanks to the team for helping us do this during this transition period. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
I will now turn the mic over to Board Secretary Sydney Zeiker, who is part of that selection committee I mentioned, for a description of the search process.
We began this process with, I believe, a historic number of applicants for any direct report position. We actually had 47 total applicants that we then screened and found that 36 of those met our minimum qualifications for this position. The selection committee then chose 11 candidates to interview via Zoom. We did them kind of as fast and furiously as we can. It was a lot to do in a short amount of time. And then we culled that list to 4, which we brought in person and had really in-depth discussions with each of those candidates. And from there, we had the opportunity to speak with many references, hear a lot about their work, and here we are today.
And let me just echo what Ms. Zeiker said. It is extremely gratifying to this board to have individuals who step forward and indicate a willingness to step forward by making an application. It's one thing, like I was talking to the folks in those classrooms, the students in the classrooms yesterday, it's one thing to provide opportunities and provide programming, but if individuals are not willing to step forward to try to advance themselves and advance their careers, it really doesn't make any difference if we're posting or not posting. So the fact that, as Ms. Zeiker said, that we had so many candidates with highly diverse backgrounds, highly diverse educational backgrounds, work backgrounds, is a tremendously gratifying thing, and it's a trend that I hope we continue to see during these times of transition in these leadership roles. Are there any questions or comments from the board with respect to the search process itself? And we were obviously able to discuss the mechanics of the search process in executive session, but are there any additional questions or comments from the board? If not, as everyone knows, and as part of the open meetings process, We cannot make any decisions on these matters other than in public meetings, so I ask with a completely open mind, are there any motions that any board member would like to make at this time on this agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the selection of Ms. Karina Garcia effective July 1st.
To the
To
position?
the PREA Ombudsman
To
position.
PREA Ombudsman position, all right. Any comments or questions on this motion? I guess if not, do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion from Board Secretary Sidney Zeiker for the appointment of Ms. Karina Garcia to the position of PREA Ombudsman, and I have a second from Vice Chair of the Board, General Bill Welch. Any additional comment or suggestions before we take a vote? If
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to mention that the process was very interesting. You know, we got to see a lot of people from diverse backgrounds. Very impressed with all the applicants, you know, especially the top 4 that were selected to be part of the actual interview process. And great people, great backgrounds, but certainly Ms. Garcia stood out, definitely. And, you know, I'm excited to see what Ms. Garcia is going to bring to the table. Her personality was just very impressive. Her background, her character, and I think that she's very capable of moving this department forward. And so I'm truly excited to work alongside. And so just want to wish her the best.
Well,
I'd like to say thank you for the selection of the members of the committee. I was fortunate enough to be one of those, and what a terrific group of people to work with. It was the 4 of us that were there. It had very, very good discussion, and it gave this thing tremendous thought, and it really was quite a competition as far as I was concerned. So very proud of everybody that applied, but I think you've, as a group, and the recommendation that has been made is fantastic. So thank you.
thank you, sir. So I have a motion for the appointment of Ms. Karina Garcia to the position of PREA Ombudsman. I have a second from General Welch. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So with this development, I would like to give everyone a little more information about Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia currently serves as a regional director within TDCJ's Rehabilitation and Reentry Division. As part of her current assignment, Ms. Garcia manages statewide reentry operations and staff activities, focusing on continuous process improvement, compliance, and operational efficiency. She's involved with reentry programs on a statewide basis, involved with establishment and enforcement of policies, procedures, and compliance initiatives, and is involved in helping to lead, helping to lift up the staff that have worked in those areas in a way that General Welch and Mr. Garza have highlighted. And if I might, I'm just going to read a little bit from a letter of recommendation that was provided in connection with Ms. Garcia's application. And I'll just read some sections of that from a supervisor, that Ms. Garcia has consistently demonstrated dedication to her work and a strong sense of integrity in every position that she has held, that she has taken on substantial responsibility during periods of organizational transition, and notably she assumed oversight of all statewide reentry operations for more than 6 months during a vacancy in another regional director position, navigating this additional workload with professionalism. And also said this, for positions that value independent work and productivity while including opportunities for structured feedback and continued growth in communication and critical thinking, Ms. Garcia is well positioned to excel. And so with this vote that's being taken today, the board expresses that same confidence while also expressing again our thanks for the outstanding men and women of the PREA Ombudsman's Office who continue to do the work each and every day to make sure that we are operating our correctional system with integrity in a manner that respects individuals, that protects individuals against the harms associated with sexual exploitation. And as someone said, we anticipate that this is going to be another effort at continuous improvement, like we talked about, with a very, very strong group of committed individuals, and now adding Ms. Garcia as a leader within that group. General Welch?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, too, one of the things I understand is that she was participant in Mr. Lumpkin's Leadership Academies, and those programs, I love them. I'm a big believer in Leadership Academies, the development of people from within, creating a good cadre of future leaders. It works, and I think this is evidence of just that. So thank you, sir.
No, absolutely. Yeah, she's an alumni of our Focus Leadership Conference, and she's been selected for the High Potential Leadership Academy, that our partnership with Sam Houston coming up. And congratulations to her, and even with her promotion, she'll still be in that academy. So absolutely. So look forward to working alongside her, and thank you to the board.
And we will look forward to having Ms. Garcia with us here reporting to the board directly at our next board meeting. With that, I would like to thank all of you for coming here today and remind you that the next meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice will be August 27th, 28th, 2026 in Bryan. There being no further business, the 247th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now adjourned. It is 11:58 a.m. And we will do some quick reorienting and a Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting.
If we can get seated, please, that'd be great. Good morning, or now good afternoon, to all in attendance in person as well as those attending virtually. The 354th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair General Bill Welch, Secretary Sidney Zeiker, Judge Faith Johnson, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Tom Fordyce, Martin Garza, and joining us on the screen by Zoom, Ambassador Sishan Siv. A quorum is present and the meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here at the Texas Prison Museum in Huntsville and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 12:08 p.m. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee Ambassador Sishan Siv to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I pray for us, let me add my voice to congratulate all the artists that have been working on the 250 celebration. I have not seen many units, but those I have seen so far are just like you said, Mr. Chairman, amazingly beautiful. So I look forward to seeing more of those amazing artworks. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we humbly beseech you to look down upon us as we prepare to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our independence. We thank you for our founding fathers. First among equals is George Washington, who led an impossible war against the most powerful military and won our independence. We remember the sacrifices of our patriots, starting with General Joseph Warren, the first to be killed in Bunker Hill on June 17, 1775. We remember the women who supported their husbands in the war, especially Martha Washington and Abigail Adams. The women were cooks, nurses, and even spies, like Anna Strong and Agent 355, and one, Deborah Sampson, even disguised herself as a man to fight for our cause. We thank you for all the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, John Adams, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston, who drafted the Declaration of Independence. Please strengthen the hearts of your servants who stand in defense of liberty and the rights with which you have endowed all mankind. As we continue to serve you by serving our communities, our societies, our humanity, please grant us patience in sufferings, courage in adversity, perseverance in the face of every hardship. Preserve us from want, from sickness, from despair, and unite us in purpose and resolve. Guide our counsels and prosper our just endeavors, that peace and freedom is always secured to our lands. We thank you for our great state of Texas under the outstanding leadership of Governor Greg Abbott. Father, I am personally grateful that you saved me from the killing fields of Cambodia and brought me to America 50 years ago this month, to Connecticut, then to New York, Washington, D.C., and Texas. Along the way, you have transformed my life by having me meet wonderful people, including my beloved wife, Martha, and George and Barbara Bush, now at peace with you in heaven. Almighty and merciful Father, may we ever remember that the success of our cause depends not on our own strength, but upon your favor and providence. May America be blessed for the next 250 years and beyond. All this we ask in humble reliance upon your divine goodness. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ambassador Siv. As a courtesy to guests and speakers in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Again, we appreciate all of our representatives of public agencies, including Mr. Mike Ward, who's sitting over to my left, but also other representatives of public officials and our legislature that are watching us online. But also, as I always say, we appreciate the attendance of everyone at this meeting, including those attending in person and online. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentation on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction, as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. Our next agenda topic covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items as presented? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. It now comes time for the chairman's report. And for this portion of the report, let me start by saying I hear a lot of people say that basic human kindness and compassion is at times in short supply. And from my perspective, that sentiment is understandable in an age where we see people raging against each other on social media and people celebrating drama and conflict. So it is very refreshing for all of us to take a breath and celebrate and recognize ways in which the Windham School District is committed to creating environments in which Windham staff and members of the TBCJ population and students share responsibility for creating positive human relationships and interactions. So the approach we spotlight today started with a program that many recognize for its great work, a program called Rachel's Challenge. This initiative within Windham began with Christy Krings, Chief Executive Officer of Rachel's Challenge, who presented at Windham's statewide professional development program in July of 2025. And from this launching point, this effort has grown into a very meaningful process to strengthen campus culture through connection and compassion. For those of you who are not familiar with Rachel's Challenge, it is a nonprofit organization established in the aftermath of the Columbine High School tragedy in Colorado. This group honors all of those who lost their lives in that tragedy, including Rachel Scott, the very first victim in that tragedy. In the wake of Rachel's passing, Rachel's family uncovered her remarkable legacy of kindness, compassion, and intentional outreach to others. The family members soon realized that her story could serve as a powerful catalyst for changing how individuals treat one another and how they view themselves. And as part of its achieving this mission, Rachel's Challenge envisions schools filled with hope, environments free from harassment, violence, and self-harm, where teachers are empowered to teach and students are inspired to learn. The Rachel's Challenge program characterizes its mission as addressing the root causes of school violence, bullying, prejudice, and self-harm through student wellness programs that build connection, hope, and resilience. And so following the overwhelmingly positive feedback from district staff who attended Ms. Kring's powerful breakout session at that statewide professional development program, Windham leadership met with Ms. Kring's and the Rachel Challenge team to explore opportunities for implementation of the program throughout the district. The Dominguez campus in San Antonio was selected as a pilot site, and it is at that site where several initiatives have since been launched with strong participation from both students and staff. And so Ms. Krings herself and also Mr. John Harrell, who was recently recognized as Windham's 2026 Volunteer of the Year. We recognized him earlier this year. And Mr. Harrell also serves as a Rachel's Challenge board member. They both spent 3 days in classrooms at the Dominguez campus providing training to educators and students. As a result, and get this percentage, 30% of the student population expressed an interest in leading efforts to extend kindness and compassion outside of the classroom through what is known as the Friends of Rachel, or FOR Club. And so at Dominguez, the FOR Club functions similarly to what we recognize in the community as kind of a big brother, big sister style mentorship model. It supports new students and inmates as they transition into the Dominguez campus, but club members also actively promote positivity throughout the campus. Examples of what they do include creating monthly messages of encouragement through chalk art in common areas and participating in structured team building activities during meetings. The campus, that is the Dominguez campus, has also implemented a student and staff recognition board supported by Windham's Positive Behavior Recognition Form. This initiative highlights individuals who demonstrate exemplary behaviors such as collaboration, leadership, teamwork, and problem solving. Both students and staff may be recognized, and FOR Club members help identify honorees during their meetings, reinforcing a culture of appreciation and encouragement. And so one of the most impactful initiatives arising from this effort has been the club's donation box. So, and get this, inmates themselves will purchase items such as hygiene products from the unit commissary, and instead of using those themselves, they contribute those items to a shared donation box. The club members maintain an inventory log and establish criteria for distribution, working to ensure that items are provided to individuals who have a genuinely expressed need. Looking ahead, additional initiatives grounded in the principles of Rachel's Challenge are being explored, including a potential cornhole tournament sponsored by the FOR Club. This event would pair officers and inmates as teammates, promoting positive team building in a professional yet engaged environment. So, in short, participation and enthusiasm for these efforts have grown steadily across the Dominguez campus. Not only have many inmates expressed a strong desire to join the FOR Club, but campus staff and TDCJ personnel, including correctional officers, have also stepped up to support the programming. And so, in short, plans are underway to expand the Rachel's Challenge programming to additional campuses. District leadership continues to meet regularly with Ms. Krings and the Rachel's Challenge team to evaluate current efforts and plans for future initiatives, and the board expresses its high appreciation for Wyndham's efforts to expand the continued positive impact of this program across its campuses and the broader student population. And so with that, Superintendent, any additional comments on the Rachel's Challenge program?
Well, I will just mention that when we did, or Christy and John Harrell came and did the 3-day training with the education staff and the students in the classroom, Robert and I stopped by to observe. I really wasn't quite sure how the students would take the news, if it would resonate with them. And I think what we saw was just amazing. It was very genuine. We saw true interest. We saw people sharing information about themselves with their peers, and it really resonated with staff as well. So we have recently, I think as recently as yesterday, requested some more information from Ms. Krings on expansion of the program, with the next location being McConnell in the Beeville area. So great outcomes. Wasn't quite sure what to expect, and it's all been very positive.
Well, we look forward to the continued rollout of this amazing program. So thank you for your leadership on that. Any other comments or questions? If not, the next item on our agenda is a report from you, Ms. Hartman. So when you're ready, you may begin.
Great. So today for the report, I'm going to share some information related to our staff and student activities. Information about some recent cross-training activities that I participated in, post-secondary updates, and professional development within the Windham School District. And Chairman, as you mentioned today, and Judge Johnson, today we are celebrating Juneteenth, and we're so thankful that you stopped by the campus at Wynn yesterday and spoke with the students and saw them engaging in activities. So our Staff and Student Activities Committee has a monthly theme for each month of the year. This year being Juneteenth for the month of June. We generally encourage our staff and our students to participate in a variety of activities, including listening to music, talking about the different culinary aspects of the celebrations, things like art and poetry and engagement. And we know that they always enjoy participating in the Juneteenth activities, discussing the historical significance and engaging in our nation's story. So as Judge mentioned, happy Juneteenth to all present and for all those celebrating across Texas and across our nation. And on the next slide, you'll see some of the artwork that is coming from the classrooms and TBCJ's units. Of course, there were some really fantastic displays earlier in the meeting today. You see the effort that the students put in to the artwork here, the decorations in the libraries, and the ongoing celebration throughout the month. So from strengthening partnerships, on the next topic, I'm going to just briefly describe an experience that I had recently that was extremely impactful to myself and had some good, I think, coming process improvements coming out of it. So I had the opportunity to tour the Huntsville District Parole Office. While I was there, we started with an orientation, and then I was able to observe someone who was new to supervision, recently coming out of prison in the Huntsville area, go there, and they explained to me the drug and alcohol test process. We talked a little bit about his upcoming goals, went through all of the conditions of parole, and I tell you, these parole officers are doing a great job, and also they are doing a lot of reading, because I learned that they are required to read the entire contents of the parole orders to the individuals there, and really did a great job explaining that. The particular individual that was coming in on this particular date had a commercial driver's license that he earned prior to incarceration, and we were able to have a conversation, he and I, about the status of his CDL, and identify that he was due for his Department of Transportation physical this month in June. So he thought that it wasn't due until next year, so it was great to be able to show the parole staff and to show him like how you look this up and verify whether or not your CDL is active and anything that you need to do there. So after the office visit, we had a second visit with an individual that was transferring to another county. So I was able to observe the process for ensuring that he had a good plan to go to that particular county. Talk a little bit about some of the challenges that he had experienced and his goals for the future, with great encouragement from his parole officer. Our third stop was at the county jail. We talked to 2 different individuals in the county jail, and I was able to see a very well-spoken and connected parole officer speak with one person who was very understanding of why he was there, accepted responsibility, talked about plans for the future, and one who was not. So it was interesting to see the different personalities, and I had the opportunity to ask them about the Windham classes that they had participated in, and quite frankly, that second opportunity where the individual really wasn't accepting any responsibility provided me with a real-life scenario of some adjustments that we may need to make in one of our particular programs. That was extremely helpful. And then our final stop was a home visit, and I say this was probably the most eye-opening and made me very grateful for the home that I live in that has electricity, that I don't have to jump over 2 steps to get into my front door because they're missing, that doesn't have towels hanging over the windows to try to keep the home cool, yet still such a positive interaction with the parole officer and the client describing what he is doing to try to better himself and assist others. He referenced participating in Windham programs for career and technical education, and he showed us how he was making some repairs to that home environment to make it more conducive for living based on the skills that he learned there. So just an overwhelmingly eye-opening and positive experience. I really would like to thank Director De Velasco and I believe Mr. Washington, who I saw earlier today, for the great efforts that they're making. And then we had a list of action items following that. So things like, how can we help in terms of connecting with Windham? One of the things we identified is the test of adult basic education scores and people having to go on to adult education in the community if they weren't meeting a certain score threshold. So we are talking about how do we make sure that people have a test that is current while they're leaving? How do we help with the referral process for education if that's going to be a condition of their parole anyway, so that we can transfer those academic records and things of that nature? So we were able to identify some really strong process improvements and have a follow-up meeting tentatively scheduled for July. The next update is related to our post-secondary education programs. So we recently, along with our TDCJ colleagues, were able to attend a joint graduation between Windham Central Texas College and the first Texas Women's University graduation at the O'Daniel campus, where women earn their bachelor's degree of science in sociology. Fun fact, we recently had a legislative tour earlier this week, and we were touring around with the staff, and one of the student ambassadors was one of the graduates in the sociology program and indicated that she was proud of herself for accomplishing this. And the staff said, oh, by the way, the senator graduated from that college as well. She's a graduate of Texas Women's University. So here we have alumna sharing something in common in very different settings, but also very successful and then aiming towards success in the community. So at that graduation, April Zamora was present along with several others, and one of our advocacy groups. And at the end of the ceremony, which was really, really fantastic with speakers from all of the represented institutions of higher education in Windham, Ms. Zamora got on stage and signed the approval letter for a master's degree program for the women at the O'Daniel campus. So that master's degree program is scheduled to start in January, where the women who participated in sociology with Texas Women's University and other women with bachelor's degrees that have this as their area of interest will be able to apply for the University of Houston Clear Lake master's degree program.
Fantastic.
Okay, so finally, we have a couple of professional development events that I'd like to share with you all. The first is the Principals Academy. This academy came through, in large part, efforts, our Division Director of Instruction, Mr. Sonic, who's sitting in the second row here, in collaboration with Dr. Ashley McKelvey, who you all have met previously, who is responsible for the Windham Leadership Programs. So during this event, we really focused on collaborative space, informing principals who are new to Windham School District and new to leadership profession, to get some additional support in key areas that were based on their responses to a survey. So again, Judge Johnson, I will say this has been several years ago, but you have always encouraged us, don't just get the survey results, do something with them. And here's another demonstration of doing something with survey results and asking targeted questions. On the next slide, we'll see that Windham hosted our first Math Academy. I know I've said this before, my colleague Robert O'Banion, our Chief Financial Officer, loves math.
He does love math.
I do not love math, so Math Academy is a good thing for those of us who would like additional instructional strategies for math. This is the most difficult area when we look at data statewide for folks to pass on the high school equivalency exam, and when we look at the STAR test as well. So this equipped our educators with some additional strategies for math and use of technology for math. And also thank you to Paul Gathright, our academic and instructional administrator, who also deals with technology, for putting together this great agenda. And then finally, we had our Student Advisors Conference that was held in Waco, themed Connecting, Guiding, and Expiring, the Advisor Advantage. There, our administrator, Andrea Kruger, really, really great sessions and great follow-up in terms of pathways. So making sure that students are well informed on the career pathways available and how to engage in them. And then we also got a great update from Workbay. And Mercy, I see you back here. I know that you all have been working very hard on the Workbay application that is on the tablets for all of the members of the population in TDCJ. So our student advisors were provided with log-on access, so now they can see the interest inventory results of everyone in the TDCJ population. So instead of us administering another test, having these long conversations about what are your interests, we can log on, see everything that they've participated in, see the different categories where they've done career exploration. If we don't see anything, we can guide them on how to get that completed. And then I believe the next step is that this will have the ability to generate some wait lists for us. So really, when we talk about modernization, some great things coming out of Workbay and our partnership with TDCJ. So these are the initiatives that I would like to discuss today. Again, professional development, staff and student activities, post-secondary and higher education partners, and we're going to look forward to continued progress. I'll pause for any questions.
Well, just on that, you know what always gets my ear, so the modernization piece. So when I was at WIN yesterday, they were in the process of installing the wireless access points, which is going to bear tremendous dividends. And I'll just give a quick example. So I've never put on one of these the virtual reality headsets. You've always tried to get me to put one of these things on. I'm worried I'm going to get dizzy and fall over or something. But in any event, they were trying to get me to do it yesterday, and it wasn't getting the right connectivity. So the fact that the legislature has seen fit to provide the funding to allow the wireless access into those education areas, I know you're nodding at me because you and I have talked about it many times, but that's going to be mission changing in terms of the delivery of education, cognitive life skills, career and technical education programming to our population. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for the entire team, including the coordination with the information technology team at TDCJ for trying to get that money that we're being provided by the legislature to good work.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
thank
We're
you.
extremely appreciative.
Any other comments?
Of course, of course. No. And always, as always, an impressive list of efforts and accomplishments, and it's just mind-blowing what Windham's able to do. I'm going to throw a curve kind of because this, I'm an on-budget, on-time kind of guy. And we got a report earlier from the information technology about delays in some delivery of items. And I'm just wondering, the learning management system, what is it of importance to y'all? Is it something you're using? What would it function be? And what would be the effect of a delay if indeed it is something that you need?
So it's interesting you should mention that because, first of all, I'll echo what Renee said. I thought that the meeting with TDCJ was really, really great today. A lot of updated information, some of it which I was not familiar with. And the learning management system was one of the things, and I sent a text over to my team here and said, this is good to know that this is happening because we are currently using Canvas as our learning management system. and Blackboard in some of our higher education programs. And I'm curious to see what the other option is that they're exploring. So I don't have information on that today, but I will tell you that yeah, you know, I was listening very hard when I heard that, and plan on connecting with TBCJ to learn more about how they intend to use it and what the accessibility will be.
Any other comments or questions for Ms. Hartman? If not, thank you so much, Ms. Hartman, for your continued work and the work of your team and your report here today. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding contracts over $500,000. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Robert O'Banion, the expert on math, will be presenting today. So, Mr. O'Banion, when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. Today, as you mentioned, I'm requesting approval on two purchases over $500,000. The first is for student instructional software, and we recommend this purchase to the Aztec Software Company. The contract total is $6,984,169.53, and will renew licensing at 97 campuses across the district to support student academic achievement. The contract also includes 10 licensing renewals at Title I sites that support our students who are under the age of 21. The purchase is being made through the Education Service Center Region 6, the EPIC 6 Purchasing Cooperative here in Huntsville, Texas. And consistent with our purchasing cooperatives, the contract is actually bid and negotiated through the Service Center, and there's no additional fees to the district for that process. The licensing agreement is for a total of 5 years, beginning September 2025 and ending 2026 and ending August of 2031. The method of delivery for our students is going to transition from offline computer-based to online computer-based instruction, which will align with the connectivity plan for connectivity, as you mentioned earlier in your comments, which is currently being installed. This multi-year agreement will secure pricing and also ensure the continuity of instruction over the next 5 years. The software provides diagnostic, prescriptive, and computer-based instruction to support and enhance our academic and Title I programs. So my second purchase this morning is for licensing, software licensing for student testing, and we recommend this purchase to the Data Recognition Corporation, also known as DRC. The contract is for a total amount of $744,000 for a licensing subscription to use DRC online and offline for the test of adult basic education, which will assess our student educational functioning levels for our adult students. The assessment is approved by the U.S. Department of Education, their national reporting system for adult education. And it also follows the Texas Workforce Commission adult education and literacy testing guidelines. The agreement is for a total of 3 years, starting in September of 2026 and ending August of 2029. And both of the funding for both of these purchases will be included in our budget for next fiscal year. And I will now pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Any questions on this presentation?
I've got a question.
Yes.
The number one Aztec is for a 5-year period, but you're saying it's going to be, that full amount is going to be included in next year's budget, or?
We'll budget each year, 1 year at a time, and the contract, in terms of the contract, will pay for each year. At the beginning of the year, they'll invoice us for that year, and we'll keep the 1 year in each year's budget. They did provide a cost, it was cost beneficial to agree to a 5-year. We looked at multiple years, different options. There was a cost savings about $29,000 a year to sign the 5-year agreement, and there is a termination clause in there. If for something were to happen, we couldn't get out of that contract, but we will pay for 1 year at a time.
Okay, each year, 1 year at a time.
Correct.
Learning management involves not, I was going to say online classes, but computer-based courses, and then there's a definite agreement up front that they're going to help in the transition to the online when that is available.
The instruction right now is an offline based model, and we've had the Aztec system. We first signed that contract in fiscal year 2021, so we've had Aztec software for a number of years in place. At that time, it was computer-based, but it was offline. They would ship us a little black box that served as the server, and that would sit in our computer labs, and then all the connectivity was to that box, and that box controlled all the instructional software. To update that, you had to take it off the shelf, send it off, bring it back, and have a new box to update it. And that's been the model we've had since that beginning. And we're now be able to transition to online, so the updates and things like that will be able to happen automatically through the online portal. It'll also allow students to track the student. So if a student moves from one location to another, they will be able to pick up from where they left off at their previous location. So there's some benefits to going to the online model as well.
Good, and we've used them for 5 years now, so I assume Windham, the school district, is really confident in them keeping things up to date and new courses or refreshing courses or whatever it is that might be necessary.
We've had I hear a lot of great success. Our students like the software, and they do provide consistent updates and great support. So yes, sir, I have great success with the software.
Thank you.
Other questions on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the contracts over $500,000 as presented.
I have a motion on this item from General Welch. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from General Welch. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. I again thank all of you for coming here today. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on August the 27th, 28th, 2026 in Bryan. There being no further business, the 345th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 12:43 p.m. Thank y'all.